Chapter 17:12. The city of Lui was divided into two levels from the top to the bottom. The most important level was the highest platform in the entire city, where the sacred manifestation ceremony was held. It started from the periphery of the lower level. A long, winding spiral road that encompassed half of the edge of the city stood in the form of a towering copper wall. Moving along the entire road, one could clearly see the dynamic vision that rose from the ground. The top was where the platform was located. It was a large platform that covered a very wide area, with 1/3 of it protruding out of the air. As for what it looked like, well, they were still walking on this huge, winding spiral road. The slanted buildings on the road blocked most of the view, so it was not very clear. They could barely see a very tall thing, probably a statue or something like that. As for the lower level, it was where the main body of Lui was located. This level, well, there was nothing to say. It was just ordinary shops, pavilions, palaces, and what not. They ignored this part and continued to focus on the platform in front of them. As they walked along the wide, winding road, they didn't forget to listen to the conversations of the people on the way. Ignoring the questions like, "Have you eaten?" and "Have you eaten?" and "The price of the Lee family's pork has increased," the rest of the conversation was about the news that they wanted to hear. The sudden sacred manifestation ceremony seemed to be held because the city had been sealed for 3 days for no reason. There were also some who said that it was because of the issue of the sacred manifestation ceremony, as they kept talking about the sacred manifestation ceremony. It was all hearsay, and it was not easy to distinguish which was true and which was false. Well, it should be said that all the information was true, but it was not easy to judge which more accurately pointed out or guessed the reason for this sacred manifestation ceremony. In short, they listened to half of it first. But the scale of this city's construction is really big. This heavenly path alone is estimated to account for 80% of the efforts of the entire Lui city. Hui looked around. Quietly, he used a little bit of strength and put a foot on the ground. Then, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, look. When I put my foot down, the whole place didn't even tremble." Yun Nuoshing and the others. This guy kicked hard. They did not forget what happened to the things that this guy kicked. That planet, other people's planets, and other people's planets were all crushed by this guy's foot. In the end, the scene of the planets rushing towards their own sun was tragic, and the stars were all shattered. We saw the frightened eyes of the people and grinned, waving his hand. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. And you see, there's no movement in this place at all. Don't worry." Don't worry, where there was movement, there was not even a last word. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, sighed softly, and did not pay attention to him. We would only make a fuss for a while, and it would not cause any big problems. Ah, we're here. After going around the last curve, they crossed a huge building that looked like a memorial arch in front of them. Then, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The number of people around did not decrease. Because they had reached the end, there were more people huddled together, but they could not hear the hustle and bustle of too many people. A strong atmosphere shrouded the place, forcibly suppressing the noise and clamor here. The people who arrived at the high platform arranged themselves in a corner of the wide platform according to their own habits or the habits of others. Yun Nuoshing and the others also found a corner with fewer people to rest in. Only then did they have time to look at the high platform. In the center of the high platform was a small platform stacked with square steps, covering an area of about 1,000 feet wide. In the center of the platform was a very tall thing that they saw on the winding road just now. Unsurprisingly, it was a statue, a vague humanoid statue. The body proportion was normal, and they could not tell whether it was male or female. There was only a general vague outline of the face, and the facial features could not be seen. "It's their statue." Even though it was only a very crude statue, Yun Nuoshing still recognized it at a glance. It was indeed a statue of the heavenly god of origin. There's their aura. It's remnants of a very weak aura. However, it shouldn't be left behind by them. The origin energy essence did not have much of a reaction. It just trembled slightly, indicating that although it was related to them, it might not be related to them personally. Jing Yun stroked her chin and nodded. Well, it's no wonder. The method of making this statue is the same as what I just told you, using the remnant aura of the origin god and the others. You can recognize it? Yes, and I'm 100% sure. Jing Yun nodded. Maybe the origin god and the others. Well, when they were making this world, they left some energy behind, or they threw people in here right after they finished making this world. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that there are real descendants of the gods here just like us? Hui tapped his hand. Then they're the true inheritors? Not the successors? That's even more exciting. Do you think they're at the origin realm or the origin realm? Well, Jing Yun hesitated when she heard that. Theoretically speaking, they should be at the origin realm, but this place was personally made by the origin god, so it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other situations. For example, this space has its own immunity ability. I don't sense the remnant aura of the chaotic tide here. Perhaps something like a world barrier is stopping the aura of the chaotic tide from spreading here. Anyway, it's hard to say. We might see one primeval heavenly god or 9. But looking at the current situation in the void, I hope we can see 9 primeval heavenly gods. Yun Nuoxing and Hui both crossed their arms and nodded at the same time. Conflicts between people, right? Conflicts can be solved. If words can't solve them, they can use body language. That's also a kind of language. It's just that the body language here refers to smiling, shaking hands, or rolling up your sleeves to slap the other person's face. That's hard to say. It's really hard to say. But the conflict between order and chaos is a dead knot, a knot that can't be untied. It's a war where both sides can't sit down and talk until death. There's no such thing as peace, only battle. So in all fairness, the stronger the descendants of the gods here, the better. If there were 9 primeval heavenly gods, they would be more motivated to move later. Well, things haven't even started here, and they're already thinking about moving. Are you newbies? Is this your first time participating in the sacred ritual? A kind and friendly laughter suddenly sounded, and it was obviously directed at them. In addition, they had indeed just arrived to participate, causing Yun Nuoxing and the others to subconsciously turn their heads, and saw a tall young man looking at them with one hand on his waist. He had a handsome face, short black hair, and was wearing probably this world's style of gray and dark clothing. His kind voice and bright smile made him look very energetic. Hui quickly glanced at Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yun from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that they were silent, he quickly spoke up and pointed at himself. Are you talking to us? Of course. The young man smiled and nodded. He then turned to look at the huge statue with him. I would come to visit every sacred ritual, and every time I basically recognize everyone. Although there are thousands of people here, I do recognize their faces, or at least have a faint sense of familiarity. Moreover, this kind of uncoordinated timing is considered an emergency, and the people here are not as many as the previous sacred ritual. Ha! Hui scratched his head and looked around suspiciously. Even if I look back and forth for tens of thousands of people, I might not be able to recognize them all. Forget it, that's not the point. Well, we are indeed newbies. Hui shrugged. Why are you looking for us? That's not it. I just saw newbies and came to say hello. The young man grinned brightly and then cupped his hands. I'm sorry if I disturbed you, but I wish you all the best in fulfilling your wishes in the sacred ritual. The young man smiled and waved his hand. He walked to the side and soon disappeared into the crowd. Hui and Yun Nuoxing looked at each other and scratched their heads. They ignored him. Making a wish? Can we make a wish in the sacred ritual? Siyu looked around and thought for a moment in front of the biggest statue. Then, He put his hands together. Yun Nuashing looked around and saw an incense burner, an incense burner, an incense burner, and an incense burner. Why did he mention the incense burner so much? Because the design was too familiar. Damn it, wasn't that the incense burner he saw in the Cloud Continent? It was at least 80% similar. The only difference was that the incense burner here was a little bigger. Making a wish? Making a wish in front of the origin heavenly God? Seeing the two girls' pious expressions, he put his hands together and bowed to the statue of the origin heavenly God. Then, he looked around and saw many people doing the same. It seemed that the young man was right. Many people liked to make a wish in the sacred ritual. It was just like how people liked to make a wish when they saw a shooting star. However, in most cases, making a wish was a form of psychological comfort. Perhaps with this psychological comfort, they could really do what they wanted to do. Well, in that case, shouldn't they make a wish as well? Yun Nuashing scratched her head and turned to look at Hui and Jing Yun. Coincidentally, they also turned to look at her. The three of them looked at each other and then put their hands together and said to the statue of the origin heavenly God, "I hope that the underworld will die a horrible death." They really said it out loud. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang almost spat out a mouthful of water when they heard it. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw the serious expressions on the three's faces. It was a strange feeling to say something like this to the origin heavenly God. In a place where they couldn't see, the gray-robed young man continued to walk through the crowd with one hand on his waist. He arrived at the small stage that was 100 feet wide. At this moment there were many people standing on the small stage. It wasn't a place that couldn't be approached. However, there was an obvious empty space near the statue in the center. A figure covered in a black cloak stood at the bottom of the statue. The cloak covered her graceful body, but from the exposed area, one could vaguely see a beautiful face. A pair of deep blue eyes were also revealed. She looked up at the huge statue with reminiscence in her eyes. If one looked closely, one could see some white light in her deep blue eyes, mysterious and profound. The young man quickly walked behind the woman and said casually, "Sister, I'm back. Guess what fun I saw when I went out for a stroll?" The woman lowered her head slightly. After a short pause, she said as if she was talking to herself, "The position of the stars is still abnormal. A new storm is forming. The thing that caused the change in the position of the stars seems to be under the sun." The young man's mouth stiffened. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it's possible, I hope you can say something normal. Please take care that your brother's perspective is different from yours." The woman continued to speak softly. "Abnormal. The element is very close, but it's hard to find a clear trace." "Oh, it's what you said a few days ago after the night observation meeting. Do you want to say that it's dark under the light? Did we go in the wrong direction? Or something else?" The young man scratched his head. Knowing that he couldn't understand what his sister was talking about, he simply ignored all these things and said directly, "Let's not talk about that. Let me tell you, I actually saw some new faces in this impromptu sacred ceremony. Oh right, the aura on their bodies is a little strange. If it wasn't for the strange aura, I wouldn't have gone over. It's a little familiar aura, just like the burnt eggs you fried last night." The woman calmly pinched the young man's waist fiercely. She glanced at him and returned to the bottom of the statue. Her eyes that flickered with white starlight continued to flicker. After a while, she suddenly paused and quickly turned around to walk in front of the young man. "What did you say just now?" The young man held his waist and grinned brightly. "The fried eggs last night." Looking at the pair of deep and mysterious eyes staring at him unceremoniously, the young man finally succumbed to his sister's abuse of power. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he laughed dryly. "I saw some new faces, so I went over to say hello. It shouldn't be a big deal, right?" "The latter part. Familiar aura? Oh right, speaking of which, that aura really felt strangely familiar. It was because of that aura that I went over to say hello out of curiosity. But nothing happened. The communication was normal and we didn't fight. What's wrong? The woman tiptoed closer to the young man. Her eyes flashed with a shocking light as she stared straight into his eyes. The energy in her body slightly surged. Looking at her, the young man held back for a while and finally couldn't help but complain. Sister, if you're not tall enough, you should just float. Why do you have to tiptoe? It hurts. The woman rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. She turned around and walked towards the statue again. This time, she didn't suddenly turn her head back. She looked up and stared at the statue for a while before slowly saying, "You talk too much." So what did you see with my eyes?" The young man curiously moved closer and asked softly. "Nothing, I don't know." The woman replied softly. She looked down at the table that was floating in front of her. Her jade-like hand gently stroked the gilded table as she said softly, "Perhaps there is something that cannot be known. Perhaps there is a connection, but it is a single line of guidance. Perhaps it is a storm, a calamity, or perhaps it is guidance and the truth." The young man's bitter smile became even more pronounced. This time, he was really done for. He felt that he was done for. He had been listening to his sister rambling on about some strange things all day long. Most of the time, he couldn't understand it because he couldn't understand it. But this time, he couldn't even figure out how to arrange that sentence. Was his brain damaged? A mysterious energy rune floated over the gilded table. The faint radiance was reflected in her mysterious eyes. "Time's up." The young man hurriedly put on a messy expression. Then, he stood a little closer and looked up at the huge statue for a while. Unhurriedly, he took out something that looked like an incense burner or a hand warmer from his chest and placed it on the gilded table. It passed through the energy rune that was emitting energy that he could not decipher until now. At the same time, the huge statue of Origin suddenly began to shine with golden light from the bottom, climbing towards the top bit by bit like a vine. "It should be about the same in the other places. We have to be a little faster here, but it shouldn't be a big problem." The young man nodded and then breathed a long sigh of relief. "I wonder if there will be a day when the phenomenon will descend." The woman stared at the statue expressionlessly. She closed her eyes slightly and waited. "Oh, it's starting, it's starting." The uproar in the crowd repeated this sentence. Yun Nuoshing, who cursed the underworld millions of times in her heart, came back to her senses and looked at the statue. As soon as her eyes fell, she saw a large string of energy runes forming and spreading inside the statue. Jing Yun instantly perked up. "It's really the same statue as our era. Even the usage is the same. This is really a statue used to have a vague connection with the god of Origin. I wonder if there is a shrine in Lui City." Hui scratched his head. "So this statue is used to give the god of Origin a squeak?" Jing Yun nodded. "It's a little more vague than your summon, because it's only a one-sided wish and wish. It may not be delivered to the god of Origin, and there may not be a response. Whether you can come into contact with it or not depends purely on, it depends on luck." Hui! To hell with luck. At this moment, the word he hated the most in the void was luck. This thing is not really used to inform the primordial god, nor is it really a conceptual creation for making wishes. Anyway, it's just something for spiritual sustenance. What do you think it's used for? Jing Yun stared at the statue. At this moment, the golden energy patterns had occupied the entire statue, exposing the power of Origin that had concealed them earlier. He could feel the presence of the power of Origin in the air. "It's really not that useful." This saying corresponds to the incense burners in every household. "You say it's useful, just like what we just said, isn't it just for psychological comfort?" Jing Yun said as he stared at the statue. This explanation was really easy to understand. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at Maple and then at the statue. As he looked, he could not help but curse in his heart. He angrily scolded the underworld for being shameless. He hoped that when they rushed into the realm of order, all of them would be able to break through the defense so that it would not be so difficult to fight. As he muttered, we suddenly felt that something was not right. A dim ray of colorful energy was suddenly released from the corner of their eyes, startling them. This ray of light was not very strong. At this moment, the sun was high up in the sky, and the golden light on the statue of Origin was very strong. It was enough to cover this ray of colorful light. It should be so, but for some reason, it burst out so strongly that it attracted their attention. Many terrible thoughts flashed through Huey's mind in an instant. The figures of various worlds that were destroyed because of various accidents appeared in Huey's mind like a merry-go-round. After a while, he quickly woke up. When he turned his head, he saw that Maple's heart was the source of the light. Seeing this, he could not help but cover his face. I can't watch this anymore. Yun Nuoshing glared at him and gave Huey's head a hard knock. Then, she quickly pressed down on the light in Maple's heart. That was the world core of the world of origin. Since the fusion, it had been placed in this position. Anyway, there was not much difference between putting it in the body and putting it in the soul or the brain. So, she found an important place to put it. After that, there was no movement. Who would have thought that this unknown sacred ritual would cause some slight movement in the world core? Press down, quickly press down. Jing Yun waved her hand, sweating profusely. She quickly stood to the side and blocked the light. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang also quickly moved closer to block other gazes that might be directed at this place. Siyu whispered, "Is it still affected?" "A little." Yun Nuoshing nodded and took a few deep breaths. Slowly, she suppressed the light bit by bit. It seems that this statue is communicating with the heavenly gods of origin through the origin energy. It's using its own energy to communicate with itself. That's roughly what's going on. Unfortunately, I have both the origin energy and the origin relic that they left behind. With these two added together, and with the heavenly gods of origin collectively doing that, that's it. We could not help but murmur, the person you are calling is currently in the cycle of reincarnation. If there is anything, please speak to the representative. That's more or less what I mean. Yun Nuoshing grinned dryly. After the gods of origin passed away, he had forcefully taken over the position of representative. And now, the things that should have been directed at them were directed at him. As for why he was fine before, it was probably because there was a world barrier between them. But now he had walked right into the trap. It was very awkward. It's nothing. The strength of the energy calling is about the same as the summoning. The only difference is that there is an additional light to remind me. The multicolored light, which had gradually dimmed and seemed to be fine, suddenly expanded violently. The expanding momentum, the irrepressible light, and the light that was as bright as a supernova explosion shocked the four people who had formed a circle to block the light. They screamed in their hearts at the same time, "It's over, something big is going to happen." Yun Nuoshing's face was covered in cold sweat as she laughed dryly. "Go to hell, Buzz." Intense colorful energy light erupted from the statue of origin right in front of them. Then, it soared into the sky and lit up the entire sky. It was as if billions of rays of light had gathered and painted the sky together. At the same time, although it was clearly daytime, 8 cross-shaped stars that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the sky. The huge stars were arranged in a straight line in the sky, and they were also flashing with colorful light. There's no movement at all? Hui grimaced and waited for a while, but he did not see any earth-shattering explosions. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw Maple raising his head with a face full of cold sweat. He looked safe and sound, but the place he was looking at. Hui also turned his head suspiciously, and his face instantly stiffened. The colorful sky reflected the other 8 colorful stars on the other side of the sky, as well as the light blue and orange-red star cluster. It looked even bigger than it looked at night, as if it was right in front of them. It was like a big hole, and they were slowly falling into that hole. Chapter 17:13. The colorful sky was like a silk hanging with all the colors of the world floating in the sky, setting off huge waves that were hundreds of miles high and low. The gorgeous sky reflected 8 identical stars, and a huge cloud of light blue and orange-red mixed with clouds and mist. The clouds and mist on the edge, the aura and the colored gas, seemed to be slowly released toward them, slowly expanding, as if they were falling toward it with the planet. After the clouds and mist expanded to a certain extent, they would return to their original form in an instant, as if nothing had happened. It was an abnormal astronomical phenomenon, or a celestial phenomenon. In short, it was an abnormality. The abnormality was obvious from everyone's movements. The guests on the high platform were shocked, their eyes wide open, as if they had never seen such a phenomenon before. Then, they listened to the noise in Lui City, the strange movements, the commotion, and a faint thought. Wait a minute thought? Hui was startled. His eyes quickly swept across the high platform, the entire Lui City, and the first star. Then, he slapped his face. How could such a large number of lives cause a thought? This shouldn't be. However, it seemed that the range was indeed in the first star, and it was quite weak. Was it because of the origin energy? After he muttered in his heart, he quickly looked back at Feng. He was fine at the moment, and the bright light in his heart was suddenly extinguished. Hui was relieved. He thought it was going to explode. It turned out that it had caused a vision. However, the source of the vision was not him, but the statue. Maybe it was related to the origin god or something, and that… he didn't understand. Let the professionals explain. But now, shouldn't it be better to run away first? Feng, you're in trouble. Poking Feng's arm, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seeing that they were also stunned, he quickly reminded them, should we run away quickly? Look over there. After being reminded, Yun Nuoshing and the others quickly came back to their senses. They lowered their heads and saw that on the wide road, there were people wearing light armor who appeared to be guards. They were nervously adjusting their positions, and rushing toward Lui City. Some of them stayed at the gate, and some walked toward the statue. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered. She was about to nod, but suddenly stopped. She changed her mind and said calmly, Run? Run to where? Let's just stand here. If they can find us, then they're good. Later, when we talk, I'll be more patient. If they can't find us after a long time, then there's nothing for us to do. We'll go find them in 2 days. Anyway, it won't make much of a difference. Moreover, this phenomenon hasn't caused any disasters. At most, it's a little bigger. Hui thought about it and agreed. Then, the 5 of them looked at each other and tacitly walked towards the platform on the protruding edge of the high platform. They turned around and leaned against the railing, crossing their arms and looking at the scene with a gaze of watching a good show. Next, it was up to them to clean up the mess. To be honest, they were looking forward to someone coming to their door. That would be more convenient. As for why they didn't take the initiative to look for them. Are you stupid? Taking the initiative to find them looks like asking for punishment. Instead, they'll just say, this vision was caused by us. If we cause any trouble, we'll take full responsibility. Jingyun grinned and shrugged. Let's wait for them to come knocking on our door. There's no need to be weak. Although the truth is that little brother's existence has distorted this sacred ritual, as long as you act a little calmer, and more forceful, the other party will definitely not be able to be forceful. And Yun Nuoshing twirled her bangs and nodded. Just act like you can fight. Hui. Here it comes. One is refusing to take responsibility, and the other is twisting the truth. It sounds terrible no matter how you look at it, but he liked it. On the other side, below the statue, the woman and the young man raised their heads in a daze. The statue in front of them was covered in sacred golden energy runes just a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, it was completely occupied by gorgeous patterns. There was also the dazzling energy light that burst out from the statue. This was the same energy, but it made them feel incomparably majestic and sacred, as if it was mixed with something even more sacred. For a moment they were at a loss for what to do. Something happened, right? The young man swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. All these years, I've never seen anything wrong with their statues. Why would it suddenly? Quick, take a look and see what's wrong. Do you need my eyes? The woman was still looking up. Her eyes that reflected the starlight trembled a few times. The white stars trembled slightly, and it took her a full minute to recover. Then, she slowly opened her mouth. The stars have changed. There's no more vision. She waved her hand and suddenly said, Go. Go find the thing that caused the change. It's in the place where the sun shines. It's in our line of sight. The young man looked around and saw that there was no one around. All the guards had just been sent out. When he heard his sister's words, Suddenly, he pointed at himself blankly. You want me to look for it alone? The woman turned around and glanced at him. The young man trembled violently, then hurriedly laughed embarrassedly and blurted out a bunch of words. Sis, you know, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm not your god of inheritance, am I? We're not even talking about the same thing. Generally speaking, you're talking about the east wind, but I'm talking about the south wind. Besides, I only have a pair of good eyes, but if I don't have a clear, designated target, these eyes are more or less doomed. I'm not saying that I'm lazy and don't want to find that thing. What I mean is, ouch, 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 my ears. My ear. It's falling off. The woman pulled his ear fiercely and dragged him to the back. You talk too much. Go find it, let's go together. Oh, I know, ouch. Ear. There was some movement on the other side of the statue. Yun Nuoshing and the others were standing behind the statue, so they could not see what was happening on the other side. They could vaguely see the guards walking towards them, and then taking people. Well, they should be evacuating the crowd, one by one. There was a similar movement in Loi City. Some soldiers and guards had already rushed in to explain the matter through direct narration or mythological explanation. In short, they were just fooling around first, and suppressing the matter so that other things would not secretly get out of control. In short, this method was still very effective. The weak thought did not exist for more than 6 minutes before it disappeared. The panicked people seemed to have been suppressed and pacified. Then, the people on the high platform, why did they leave so fast? Hui Gang moved his attention back from the distance, and saw that half of the people near the high platform had left. There were only a few people left on the protruding edge of the platform like them. The others were either around the statue or had already left. Well, let's go then. Yun Nuoshing stretched and waved her hand. Let's go, they can't find us. We don't have to deliberately put ourselves in a particularly conspicuous position. Our existence is conspicuous enough. Look at this exotic style of clothes, it's very eye-catching. See, you shrugged. I've been wearing this set of clothes for tens of billions of years. We're all the same. The few of them sighed and shook their heads as they followed the rest of the people towards the entrance of the high platform. When they approached the front of the statue, Yun Nuoshing paid a little attention. There was a group of people gathered there. They seemed to be a little nervous and a little pious as they approached a certain position. They seemed to be surrounding a person and asking about something. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a name that was repeatedly mentioned. Suifeng. Hui Gang was walking slowly with his hands behind his head when he suddenly heard Feng speak. He could not help but be startled. What did you just say? Suifeng? A place name or a person's name? Probably a person's name. Yun Nuoshing looked at the place where there were still a few dozen people and shook her head. It had nothing to do with them. Now, it had nothing to do with them. In the middle of the crowd, the young man was sweating profusely as he dealt with the people around him who kept asking questions. He was worried that this unknown phenomenon would affect his normal life. His mouth was dry from all the talking. He quickly used the hand behind his back to poke his sister's arm. However, the latter did not seem to care about him at all. She even calmly took a step back, making him miserable. A moment later, the woman in the cloak suddenly turned her eyes in a direction. The twinkling light penetrated the crowd and looked in a direction. What she saw was still a group of people. She was a little stunned. Suddenly, she turned around and rushed out of the crowd. The young man was stunned. Hey, where are you going? Under the white jade-colored memorial arch, there were only a few people still wandering around. With every step she took, she would turn back to look at the statue that was still emitting light. The woman scanned her surroundings, but she did not see the thing that gave her the illusion just now. Her pair of delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. The hand that was kept under the cloak slowly slid down. A weak energy surged in the palm of her hand and swept around the area where she was standing. Ah, it's finally done. Suifeng, how's the situation on your side? The woman's hand paused for a moment when she heard the voice in her soul. She slowly withdrew her hand and replied faintly, "It's stable." "Oh, that's good. It's really a headache. Why did it suddenly? Even the holy manifestation is hanging so clearly in the sky. Oh my God, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well at night. I'm afraid that when I wake up in the morning, I'll see that I'm only a sun away from the holy manifestation. That's really going to kill me." The voice that continued to pour out his grievances in her soul made her put down what she was about to do. Listening to his constant nagging, she finally could not help but whisper softly at the same time. The position of the stars is changing continuously. The thing that caused the change is under the sun. It's right here. It has just been here. We still have to deal with it when the time comes. What did you say? What did you just say? The voice in her soul was startled. A moment later, there was a hint of hesitation and a hint of consternation. However, there were also some sounds that seemed to be preparing to go out. Say it again? My brain didn't work well just now. The thing that caused the change, the person that caused the change is here, in Loi City. It has just been here. The woman repeated softly. The search was interrupted by you. Anyway, it's confirmed that the thing is with you, right? Then it's all right. Let's find the guy that caused the holy manifestation to go crazy every few days. Hurry up and come with us to arrest him. Sui Qing, keep an eye on Loi City. We're coming right away. The woman calmly suppressed some of the noises, and her soul became much quieter. She calmly looked down the sloping road, and then at the entire Loi City. However, the pair of eyes that shone with white starlight could not focus. Really, an inappropriate interruption. She was just a little bit away from finding the thing that caused the change. The other party did not seem to have any intention of hiding himself. Instead, he carried with him something that could eliminate his own existence. There was also a very familiar feeling, a familiar scent, just like the burnt eggs she had yesterday. Well, Xiaofeng needed to be taught a lesson. It seemed that she could only wait for those noisy fellows to come over. It had been a long time since she had seen them. Ignoring the high platform that had a special purpose, Loi City occupied a larger part of the main part of the city. It was a normal city with shops and strange pavilions where people lived. Of course, there were also restaurants, tea shops, taverns, and some underground things that could not see the light of day. Although a sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. Moreover, Loi City was not small. Perhaps because it was related to the origin heavenly god, Jingyun kept saying, "This looks familiar. I think I've seen that before. I feel like I've been to this place before. I must have seen this before. Look, I've even entered that pavilion before. I didn't go in just now." Finally, she clapped her hands and concluded, "Oh, I know. This place is completely in the style of the realm of the gods of our time. so I can feel a sense of déjà vu wherever I go. It seems like I'm not that old. I still remember a lot of things. This place, that street, that building. This is the taste of the realm of the gods, as expected of the world created by the origin heavenly God. Now I declare that I'm sure, there must be descendants of the gods like us here. I'm sure. The next moment the city was under martial law. Guards and light-armored soldiers appeared out of nowhere as if they had crawled out of the ground. They stood guard at the intersection of the streets in a not very serious and not very threatening manner. They quickly blended into the shadows, and only their eagle-like eyes stared in all directions. Their weak soul power swept in all directions, but they did not affect anyone. Not many people noticed the passers-by coming and going, and even if they did not pay much attention. That was only part of it. The more important part was that the barrier that shrouded Lui was once again raised. The gilded transparent barrier shrouded the entire magnificent city in it. There were pieces of what looked like energy circles branded on the inside of the energy barrier. There were also faint energy thunderbolts streaking across the sky. They were very conspicuous, but they did not seem to have any impact. But every time the energy thunderbolts swept across, it sent chills down people's spines. It was a sign that the airspace was locked down. The city itself was prohibited from entering or leaving, the soldiers who blended into the shadows, and the patrols on the road. Then there was the barrier and the circle that surrounded it. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a surging energy that could push people into the cycle of reincarnation in a second. It was no exaggeration to say that the state of martial law in Lui was probably a state of emergency during a time of war. Jing Yun was speechless. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Is this also the taste of the realm of the gods of the mythological era? This is a little. Jing Yun could not help but smile bitterly. This 1 second of martial law was truly unexpected. Moreover, this was too exaggerated. With this formation, even if one said that they were facing a great enemy, he would believe it. Hui touched his cheek. Wow, they managed to pin Lu Yeqing down in an instant. I thought they wouldn't deal with the phenomenon anymore, but the way they dealt with it. Feng, do you think we've been discovered? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. They did not hide their aura at all along the way, and even deliberately left energy traces. It is clear that they are telling others that we are here. Hui froze for a moment and touched his cheek. That was deliberately left behind. I habitually erased it. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yun were speechless. Seeing their dark faces, we couldn't help but laugh dryly. Awkward, subconsciously. TSK. Isn't it because I felt a little guilty after causing some trouble in someone else's house? I didn't expect you to be so straightforward, planning to lure them here. The high platform is also locked down. Feng Qinghuang looked back at the high platform behind her. It was barely visible, as if it was hidden in the mist. The only thing that was not locked down were the shops on the street. Also, there were people who glanced at them, but either they did not feel anything unusual, or they did not feel that there was anything special about them. They just glanced at them for a while and then moved on. All right. I am used to this kind of thing where we can cause a huge commotion wherever we go. Hui turned his eyes away from the high platform, put his hands on his waist and sighed. He looked at Feng and Jing Yun, who were still calm. The two even had the mood to walk forward, and it seemed that they were going to wander around Lui City. So, what should we do now? Jing Yun snapped her fingers and said calmly, find a place to sit down, have some tea and eat. Yun Nuoxing, wait for them to come to us. Hui smiled bitterly and helplessly followed behind them. He sighed as he followed. The two of them refused to admit their guilt and then resisted to the death. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Or maybe they just wanted to see Lui City become busy and chaotic under their watch. On the other side, Suifeng, who had escaped from the bombardment of questions and answers from the people, was scrambling to the platform on the protruding edge of the high platform. When he saw his sister standing there overlooking the entire city of Lui, he could not help but ask, "Sister, do you see anything? We opened the gate and locked down the city. Will the people of Lui City think we are crazy?" Suifeng also stood there overlooking the entire Lui City. He shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "So, we are sure that person or thing has appeared around here. Have you found any clues?" "Clues, yes, but they were cut off by the conversation." The woman casually glanced at the city below, frowned slightly and sighed. "We can't find any more clues. It is in Lui City. We can't find it. It is under the sun, but we can't see the light." The young man scratched his head. "It's dark under the light. How about I mobilize some people to look for it first? It's not a good idea to waste time like this." The young man turned and was about to leave, but the woman reached out and grabbed him. She shook her head and pointed up. Before she could say anything, the young man was stunned. Beams of light descended from the sky and landed near the statue. Then, 8 figures quickly walked out of the beams of light. The one walking in front was a young man with a thunderous aura. He was wearing a purple robe, and there seemed to be lightning surging on his body. Someone's coming. They are so fast." The young man scratched his head. The young man who seemed to be bursting with lightning first bowed respectfully to the statue of the origin heavenly god. Then, he quickly walked forward and smiled at Suifeng and the woman. "Ha, you guys sure have a lot of people on your side." The inextinguishable multicolored energy beam illuminated the sky. At this moment, there were no more stars in the sky. Only the nebula-like ruins of the sacred manifestation ground did not dissipate. The few light spots in the sky had already disappeared. That was because the multicolored energy beam on their side had disappeared. As for here, Lui City's energy beam was still there. It seemed that this was indeed the center of the anomaly. "What's the situation now?" He walked up and asked Suifeng. Suifeng shrugged and said, "It's just like what you saw. We sealed off Lui City, and then you came. The places that should be sealed have been sealed, and the places that should be controlled have been controlled. It's definitely still in Lui City. But as for where exactly it is, where it's hiding, and where it's watching the show, we don't know." "You guys didn't know about the anomaly appearing during the sacred manifestation ritual?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Suifeng grinned and said, "I wasn't prepared for this at all. I didn't feel anything strange. The rite of divinity started very suddenly. Not many people came, and it didn't attract the attention of anything. How did I know that this?" He looked at the sky and saw a colorful beam of energy dancing in the sky. His face twitched when he saw it. "Strange phenomenon. Speaking of which, I do seem to have noticed something." The woman tilted her head and looked at him. Suifeng scratched his head and said, I just told you about the strangers who showed up at the divinity ceremony. One of them gave me a familiar feeling. Well, it's the fried egg you made last night." "Oh, I'm sorry." When the young man saw the interaction between the two, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Fried egg? Ahem, I mean, what is the familiar aura you mentioned?" "It's familiar. It seems like we have been together for many years, but there's something strange about it." Suifeng rubbed his waist and grinned. "I also felt that something was strange. If it wasn't for that strange aura, I wouldn't have gotten close. It's just a few strangers, and I've seen a lot of them. But that aura, it's familiar. Don't mention the egg again." The woman frowned and said unhappily when she saw the strange look on Suifeng's face. It was as if he was thinking about something. Suifeng scratched his head awkwardly and thought about it seriously. He thought about his short life millions of times. Then, he crossed his arms and suddenly clapped his hand. "I remember now. If I'm not mistaken, I have seen that strange aura once before. The young man with lightning looked at him and signaled with his eyes. Suifeng thought for a moment and said, "It's the aura of the fusion of the origin energy. I once saw the origin heavenly god and the others. I saw this strange aura when they were messing around. It's like the aura of two energies after they collided." The atmosphere at the scene immediately stiffened. Chapter 17:14. They were people trapped in prison. It was unknown how many years ago they had been cut off from the entire world. Since then, they had been here. They had been stabilizing in this corner of the world, but it was also a false stability. They did not know what the outside world was like, nor did they know what would happen in the future. Would they continue to hold on to this simple stability until they were destroyed together with the void, or would they just treat it as if nothing had happened? A long time had passed, and now, they could no longer remember the contents of their conversation before they left. What they had said, what they had been told. They could only remember the superficial part, and it was this simple part that made them stay here and wait. What were they waiting for? They didn't know. Time might tell them the answer, but it would also test their patience, and it would wear them down much faster than the former. It has the same aura as our teacher and the others after the origin energy collided? The face of the young man covered in lightning twitched, and his face was full of disbelief. Are you seeing things? Or are you mistaken? Could it be that it's just the result of a relatively strong and rare junior from some family? I'm sure. At least, I'm exceptionally clear-headed today. Suifeng spread his hands and smiled bitterly. It's definitely the same as the origin heavenly god and the others. No, it's at least as strong as their origin energy. Do you think that our half-baked inheritances, could compare to the level of our honorable god? Everyone shook their heads vigorously. Impossible, completely impossible. The difference was too great. Even if they were also inheritors who had mastered the power of origin, in terms of the quality of the inheritance, well, they shouldn't say that. It should be said that they were only at the level of receiving the inheritance. There was definitely a huge gap between themselves and the inheritors. Am I right? Suifeng put on an even more bitter smile. Besides, if they were really on the same level as us, I wouldn't have sensed the anomaly and approached them. It was because I felt that something was wrong that I went over to take a look. Little did I know that I couldn't figure out what it was. When I realized what was going on, I was already nowhere to be found. Sui Qing looked indifferently at her slow-witted younger brother. After a long while, she sighed softly when everyone else was similarly speechless. What is that person like? Well, let me think. The young man scratched his head. The aura left behind by that person had disappeared, so he could only rely on that one encounter to feel it. However, when he tried to recall, he felt that his memory was a little blurry, and he could only remember some parts. I just stood by and watched for a while, so I don't really remember him. He looked thin and tall, about 1.8 meters. He had short black hair, and some of it seemed to be dyed gold. The clothes he was wearing were of a style that I had never seen before. The white base material was dyed with alternating gold and gold patterns, and on his back, the windbreaker was still a cloak. There was a strange pattern engraved on it, and it was a bit abstract. As for his appearance, it's completely blurry, but based on my intuition, he should be a handsome young man like me, full of vigor. Sui Qing was speechless. You know that too? Strange clothes, strange style. The young man crossed his arms and muttered. As expected, it's very likely that he's from the outside, and there's a high chance that he's an inheritor like us, and his level of inheritance is much higher than ours. Suifeng scratched his aching head. I didn't think of such an example. Her Eminence doesn't have many inheritors, and we can count them with 2 hands. If hands aren't enough, then add a pair of legs, and we've more or less seen them before. But, do you have any impression of such a person? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Anyway, they couldn't remember seeing such a person in their 20 or 30 eras of life. With such a high level of inheritance, it was impossible for them not to have any impression of such a person. Unless one of the gods has been hiding, I really can't think of anything else. Either way, the mysterious person who appeared in Lui's sacred rite should have been left behind at that time like them. Perhaps their nature was the same, and it was Her Eminence's arrangement. Anyway, with his ability, the core defense of Lui City may not be able to trap him for a long time. Give him a little time to slip out while all of us are not paying attention. While it's still not too long, let's go and find him. I'll go first, Suifeng said hurriedly, waving his hand. Then, just as he was about to dash out, his sister pulled him back. Sui Qing could not help but sigh. Don't be hasty. Sui Qing glanced at him, and then at the young man covered in lightning. The stars are still moving. We don't know why he's here, and if we make contact, well, there's no point in speculating. We have to make contact first. The young man with lightning waved his hand. There was no point in making too many guesses at present. Instead of spending time here worrying about something that might be an illusion, it was better to find him and talk to him face to face. The main reason was that he was in Lui City at this moment, right under their noses. It wouldn't take much effort to find him, and it would be more straightforward. Moreover, if the other party really had an impure purpose and an unknown purpose, it was obviously not a wise choice to let him wander around Lui City. In short, they had to find him first. Sui Qing thought about it, and slowly nodded after a long while. All right. Anyway, I'm going to set things up. It won't be too late for you two to talk here. I'm leaving. As soon as she nodded, her brother dashed out like a gust of wind and disappeared from her sight. She sighed. Mao Maoran let his stupid brother rush out because he was afraid that he would accidentally push things to the worst place. However, it was not a bad thing to let a clumsy person take action. He knew Lui better than she did. It didn't take long for Suifeng to rush out. After a while, Lui City's martial law level was raised a lot. Not only inside the city, but the energy released by the energy barrier was also close to its peak. First, the city was sealed, then there was the phenomenon, and then there was the sealing of the city. This made the people of Lui City confused. No matter how dense they were, it was difficult for them to ignore this kind of abnormal rhythm. Moreover, this was the first time they saw Lui City emitting this kind of aura, which made them a little nervous. It seems that the state of martial law has been strengthened? Jing Yun held her chin with her right hand and looked at the energy barrier in the sky. She turned her head slightly to look at Hui Jun and the young man. The two of them, one was writing noodles and the other was flipping through a book. In the open-air position on the top floor of the restaurant, it felt particularly relaxed. When the whole city was under martial law and the people were nervous and speculating, only this place was still calm and quiet, as if the wind and rain outside were not taken seriously. At this moment, Lu Yeqing, whether on the platform or below, was in a very tense state of alert. He did not expect that there would be ordinary people living in the building on the platform. There were many patrolling guards scurrying around the streets, but it did not cause a huge commotion, let alone panic. This made Jing Yun could not help but sigh. There was the smell of the realm of the gods again. He was originally located in the most troublesome and abnormal place, so he was only left with a weak sense of nervousness. To put it simply, his nerves were so thick that he could not keep his composure. Moreover, Lu Yeqing had been convulsing over the last few days. He had gotten used to it. Although it appeared to have caused quite a ruckus, the situation was actually quite serious. It was said that in the countless years of history of this world, there had never been such an abnormal change in the revealing sacred ritual, which left countless people curious and nervous. It was probably the same for the person in power. That statue was used to maintain a weak connection with the heavenly god of origins, and since that time, the statue had become a mere decoration. Who would have thought that there would be a day when it would make a move again, and such a huge one at that? He thought that if he were to face such a situation, he would have been so excited that he would have fainted. Just like when he saw the little brother barging into that place, he would have jumped up and jumped 3 times on the spot and dragged the little brother for a few drinks. That was the feeling of finally welcoming a newcomer after being isolated by the entire void for countless years. It was the same feeling as when he finally returned to a place with people after staring blankly at the sky for millions of years in the wilderness. He raised his face from the washbasin-sized bowl and looked at the energy barrier that was surging more intensely. He then glanced downstairs. There were guards and guards running back and forth on the street. A middle-aged uncle who had set up a stall even waved at the guards and shouted, "Seems like it." They probably thought that we were suspicious after discussing our matter and are ready to come looking for us? Oh, speaking of which, Fong, did you find any useful information? Yun Nuoshing expressed that she wanted to consecrate the 2-inch thick book in her hand and smash it into the bowl of noodles. However, after thinking for a while, she felt that it would be too troublesome to clean it up, so she did not do so. She just glared at him, and looked at the book in her hand and said indifferently, "How much of the history and legends among the people do you think are particularly reliable? If you break down 1,000 legends into small units and piece them back together, there might be a 1 in a million chance that you can restore 40 to 50% of the truth. That's about it. Do you still want me to find any special information in this kind of thing?" Jing Yun smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Then why don't we just go there directly?" His gaze shifted from the city that was beginning to panic to the sky. He looked at the nebula ruins that was a combination of light blue and orange-red colors. He curled his lips and said, "The origin energy over there is like the ebb and flow of the tide. However, I still can't sense the origin energy flowing in this place. It's so obvious that the energy light is right in front of us. It's just the restriction of the rules. As long as we don't leave our imprints in the conceptual layer of the rules here and don't let ourselves come into contact with the rules here, we will never be able to touch the origin energy here," Yun Nuoshing said indifferently. She closed the book in her hand and sighed as she looked at the nebula ruins. Sacred ritual, sacred ground. What the hell are they referring to? Why haven't those people come over yet? You couldn't help but yawn. She tilted her head and leaned on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. "Why don't we take the initiative to go over? It's too boring to stay here. Directly rush into someone's house? I don't have any objections." Jing Yun sighed and stood up. He was indeed a little bored. Moreover, the void front line wasn't idle at this moment. It was meaningless to stay here and play hide-and-seek. He raised his head when he heard this. After a while, he raised the entire bowl and drank the noodles and soup. He placed the bowl heavily on the table and let out a long sigh. His face was full of comfort. "Then let's go." Yun Nuoshing. As expected, he still wanted to beat this guy up. He sighed and stood up. He was about to bring people and directly rush to the few people in power who were doing something unknown. Then, just as the previous plots had written, when they were about to do something serious, this world couldn't wait to press things on their faces. This made them grit their teeth and feel helpless at the same time. The word "pain in the balls" was really written all over their faces. That was a very sudden feeling that made Yun Nuoshing and the others stunned. At first, it was just a strange reaction in their senses. It was a very strange feeling. They suddenly raised their heads. The nebula ruins had expanded to cover the entire sky. It seemed that they were really falling into the nebula ruins along with this planet. However, their spatial senses told them that this planet didn't deviate from its own orbit. It seemed that the nebula had expanded by itself. What followed was an indescribable energy reaction that burst out from the center of the nebula ruins. In just an instant, it spread to the entire starry sky. "This is the aura that we sensed. It's the rules and order of our era." Jing Yun was startled. An invisible wave of energy silently swept through the entire starry sky. Everyone instantly sensed it, and their expressions changed. This was exactly the same as the aura they had sensed from the fragment they had used to open the door. Yun Nuoshing suddenly turned his head. The colorful energy beam that burst forth from the Statue of Origin was increasing rapidly at this moment. It was as if there were hundreds of suns hidden inside, swallowing the entire Lu Yeqing into the area covered by the light. Yun Nuoshing's face was stiff and dull. It can't be, right? Aha, this is really… Is it going to explode again? You better shut up. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly put up an energy barrier. They were already completely enveloped by this abnormal origin energy light, and it looked as if they had fallen into the light. That surging energy reaction, that violent energy shock, and that broken mouth that had been consecrated, then they didn't know what to say. Could it be that they were going to set off fireworks in Lui City? The dazzling light blinded everyone for a while. Even their senses seemed to have been burned by the light and lost some of their senses. They couldn't figure out where they were in a blur. Fortunately, this feeling was only temporary. It was as if they were stimulated by the light and were dizzy for a while. After a while, they gradually came back to their senses. It's all blown up? In a daze, Yun Nuoshing heard someone's uncontrollable nagging. Black lines drooped down from his face. I beg you, hurry up and shut up. If you have time, can't you use your blessed mouth to chant death to the underworld a few more times? Hui laughed dryly. He tried hard to open his eyes. At least he could feel that his eyes were open. His eyelids were rolled up, but his vision was still the dazzling white of the moment before he fell into the star. The white image occupied his entire eyes. It was as if he could still see the last scene he saw before he lost his sight. It was Hui and the girl's slightly panicked appearance when the light struck. Shoo, don't make a sound first. Now even the senses of your soul have been deprived. In short, let's recover first and see what's going on. I instinctively feel that the atmosphere in this place is not right. Jing Yun's voice came from his right ear. What followed was a long period of silence. There was no sound in his ears. Coupled with the current situation of blindness and sensory loss, he was confused. However, he could feel that his body was still in good condition. He could even touch himself to confirm that his consciousness had not drifted out. His body should still be in the space of the main world. It was quiet, as if he was in the middle of the night in the wilderness. There was no sun, no moon, no insects. Everything was silent. Even the passage of time was difficult to judge. It was as if this abnormal state would last forever. He had lost his external senses and his eyes were not working well. At this moment, the only thing that could be used was, well, the most basic touch was left. Yun Nuoshing tried to release the part of the true touch that was suppressed by the energy life and tried to move his hands. The air was slightly cold. It did not seem to be the same as when the sun shone on Lui City. It was as if summer had suddenly rushed into autumn. Something cold was spewing cold air in all directions. What he touched was that breath, and then there was nothing. Can't I move? Hui said in a low voice. Are we playing the role of a wooden man? I feel that the atmosphere around us has changed. Feng Qinghuang could not help but speak when she heard the voice. In this confusing situation, if she did not say a few words, she would not know what was going on. Are we still in the same place? My main body's spatial sense did not detect any signs of spatial movement. Although I have lost my external senses, I can still figure out where we are. We should still be in Lui City. Jing Yun also lowered her voice, trying to keep her voice stable. Probably? Switch to the soul perspective. Hurry up. Yun Nuoshing's voice suddenly came from the side. From the sound of it, he seemed to have walked a short distance away, causing them to be startled. They hurriedly took a deep breath, then calmed their minds, closed their eyes, and mobilized the power of their souls. The buzzing of his spirit suddenly sounded in his heart, and a circle of transparent, dark, and invisible energy rapidly spread out with him as the center. When it spread to the limit of its distance, it solidified everything. When he tried to open his eyes again, he could actually see something. "I can see," Hui exclaimed in a suppressed voice. He quickly turned to look at the place where Feng had just made the sound, and then his eyes widened in horror. F***ck? This shocking situation caused Jing Yun and the two girls to become nervous and frightened. They hurriedly adjusted their soul vision and opened their eyes to look. Their gazes were also stunned, and they were completely stunned. What came into their eyes was still the appearance of Lui City. The high platform was still the high platform, and the main body was still the main body, but everything had changed. Dark cyan and faint black aura shrouded the whole world. All the colors of Lui City had faded from their sight. They were all reconstructed with this only one color. Between the tall buildings, there were wisps of unknown aura stained with dark cyan and dusk in the sky. Even the high platform made of white jade did not escape this redying treatment. As for the sky, it was also dark, as if the sunny day in June had fallen into the gloominess of eternal night and winter in an instant. The whole world was therefore cold and silent, and there was no more sound. The scene in the distance was surrounded by endless haze. They could barely see 2/3 of Lui City, and this was not the limit of their original vision. Something must have blocked their observation of the outside world. Jing Yun's mouth was wide open for a while, and then she quickly used various methods. Oh, she had not recovered yet. No, she seemed to have recovered. Your senses have recovered? Yes, it recovered after switching to the soul perspective. Yun Nuoxing reached out and touched her eyes, then nodded. I have just seen it again. The spatial coordinates have not changed, the void has not moved, we are still in the same place, still in Lui City, and even the spatial level has not changed. But Huey's face twitched. Then what's going on? What's with this haunted scene? Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and decided to say it bluntly. Soul out of body. The four stared in horror. It's really an out-of-body experience. I'm not talking nonsense. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her bangs and said softly, It's dragged in for unknown reasons. I don't know if it's related to the nebula ruins, or the statue of origin that appeared at the same time. Anyway, our souls have been dragged into another place, and then if we use the original method to sense the original things, we should see that nothing has changed. The implication is that the body is still in the original place, but the soul has gone somewhere else. If we want to do something here, we have to directly use the soul. Fortunately, we are all energy life forms, and the soul itself is not a weakness, we just have to get used to it. The rules and order here are at the level of the mythological era. Do you know anything about it? Yun Nuoxing looked at Jing Yun and said. Jing Yun shook her head hard. I'm not sure, I've never heard of anyone who can do this. The god of origin can, but I don't know anything about that. Hui Chao looked in all directions, and suddenly waved at Maple and the others in horror. F***ck, come over here quickly. The empty street, the entire empty Lui City, the scene of silence everywhere really made people wonder if they had seen a ghost. And this was just the beginning. After he exclaimed, when Maple and the others came over, there were clusters of free energy particles gathering on the street, converging and forming into a vague human figure. Then, as a ray of gray light fell from the sky, the vague shape instantly became clear, and turned into a person with a concrete body fell on the street. Yun Nuoxing and the others. F***ck, streaks of gray light fell from all over the entire Lui City, frequent, continuous, and very quickly. Figures fell from the sky, and at the same time, the Lui City, which was as silent as an eternal night, quickly surged with a large amount of life aura, crashing into their senses, making them shudder. Half a minute ago, the Lui City was still lifeless, but now it was filled with life aura, and the middle-aged man below the restaurant was still shouting with all his might. Chapter 17:15. Dark green and gloomy black lingered in the sky. Or rather, the sky itself was dark in color. Then, it pressed the air that was stained with all kinds of strange marks on the ground. So, the entire world was filled with this strange aura. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like something that should exist in the mortal realm. It looked like a haunted place that could be haunted at any time. Just now, they had an out-of-body experience. Then, they saw an empty Loi city. The atmosphere was oppressive and gloomy. It was already very strange. But this strangeness didn't last long. Loi city, which was as empty as a ghost city just a moment ago, was now filled with life. Along with the falling of gray light, the entire land was quickly filled with vitality. It was a sight that made their hair stand on end. Paper pinwheels for sale, freshly made paper pinwheels. The voice of the middle-aged man downstairs still attracted his attention. This doesn't look like a normal development. Hui was sweating profusely. He wiped his forehead and covered his face, indicating that he did not want to look at this strange world. However, he accidentally saw the dark blue sky outside through his transparent palm. He smiled bitterly and said, "What the hell is this?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. "If you want me to explain, our souls have been dragged into another place. And this place is a replica of this city. No, it should be the original appearance of this world. That's it." He paused for a moment and looked at the unusual situation around him. Then, he spoke with uncertainty. "However, only souls exist in this replicated place." "That's right. It's not just us. Every living being that appears here appears in the form of a soul before us. The entire world is filled with the presence of souls that won't disperse. Even the things that exist in this world are somewhat affected." A space forged by souls? Feng Qinghuang looked at the people coming and going on the gloomy streets below. The soldiers and guards were still patrolling. With her current eyesight, she couldn't see the barrier that shrouded Loi city. The presence of life is very weak. It's very weak. It's almost at the lowest level of the presence of a soul. In the time it took for Yun Nuoxing to be stunned by these words, a dark beam of light suddenly descended behind them, giving them a fright. Then, more than 10 figures appeared from the beam of light, and then they walked towards the other parts of the restaurant in a daze. After walking more than 10 steps, the expressions on their faces quickly became lively, and then they revealed expressions. The expression when they were talking, or smiling, or suddenly feeling helpless, and this face. They were sure that they did not see these people on this floor of the restaurant just now. "Mr. Feng, what's going on?" Hui poked Yun Nuoxing in a daze. If it was just the light bursting out of the statue of origin that dragged everyone into this inexplicable space that seemed to be made of souls, then this part, what was going on with these inexplicable people? Yun Nuoxing covered his face. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything, this is not my space, what's the use of asking me?" Siyu looked around. Although she was a little nervous, she was not afraid. Suddenly, she had an idea. She raised her right hand and shouted, "Buddy, Bill please." Hey! Yun Nuoxing and the others. Yun Nuoxing and the others were stunned as they watched Siyu and the waiter talking. After a while, the little girl came over and grinned at them. "It seems that we can talk normally. I thought we were invisible." Well, the girl's mind was as magical as ever. At least, they didn't think of this part just now. The new round of vision did not just appear in the restaurant, but also in various places in Loi city. They guessed that there might be such a new round of movement in a distant place, but they couldn't see it. The way to distinguish was very simple. In the first round of light they saw, each light would only show one person, but this time, more than a dozen people squeezed out of the light. The people who appeared here first had no feeling of the people who appeared out of thin air. It was not a feeling that they were accustomed to. It was, they didn't take it seriously at all, or they couldn't feel it at all. The waiter charged them the bill. More than a dozen people who had just appeared in the restaurant sat down in front of the waiter, and no one felt surprised during the whole process. The life force in Lui City skyrocketed once again, and a new round of phenomena accompanied by more life force poured into this space. In a short while, the entire city was filled with life force. At this moment, Lui City's population was truly comparable to the size of this city. I felt that there were very few people in Lui City before. Jing Yun looked down and turned back. Now I feel that it's not normal. Anyway, let's go down and have a look. It's not a good idea to stay here. That being said, whether they were standing in the restaurant or walking on the street, they could not think of what to do at this time. Although the situation in front of them was a little strange, it was not completely unacceptable. They had seen many strange things over the years, and in front of them, well, everything was unclear. They just had to attribute everything to an out-of-body experience caused by an abnormal space shift. As far as they were concerned, they still had their own strength, and they did not have to worry about not being able to handle anything strange in this abnormal space. The street was much livelier than before. There was nothing unusual about the conversations of the many souls, and they did not manage to pry any more abnormal information. Everything was normal. The people walking on the street were in a hurry, and those who were smiling as if it was a matter of course. The people, who were sighing with a bitter face, seemed to have difficulties and hardships that others could not detect. A group of souls walking on the street made the street a little crowded. Although they were souls, there would still be bumps in size. According to the original understanding and situation, a normal soul would not have this kind of touch phenomenon before mobilizing the power of the soul. But here, forget it, he could not figure out what was going on here. It's like walking in someone's dream. Siyu ended her observation of the surroundings and said to Yun Nuoxing and the others in a low voice, everything around them, or to it, no matter what strange changes it has undergone, no matter what it suddenly becomes, it's a reality recognized and modified by the will at the top of this world. However, we're outsiders, so we'll feel strange and confused about everything here. That is indeed the feeling. But the difference is that this is indeed a space of the real world, and we are not here in our true form. We are just a soul, a strand of wandering soul. Jing Yun shrugged. She quickly adapted to the change of the abnormal scene. If she felt it carefully, she would find that there was nothing abnormal in this place other than the changes in the aura of this world. They were not bombarded by billions of origin energy as soon as they appeared, nor were there countless abyssal death mist spawns or chaos soldiers. This was just a scene and a map change. It was not a big deal. The scene surrounded by dark green, although it was majestic, it made it difficult to feel the liveliness and restlessness that should be when the aura of life was boiling. On the contrary, they felt that there was a chill in this place which made them shudder. The more people gathered in a place, the stronger the strange cold feeling was. Let's go straight to those people. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly and looked around. Then she turned and walked quickly in the direction of the platform. Hui and the others quickly followed. Looking at his serious and dignified expression, although they did not know what happened, they had to follow in a hurry. Bypassing the crowded road in the city, they came to the bottom of the wide road that led to the platform. They had planned to fly up directly, but before they were pulled into this space, they remembered that the sky of Lui City was controlled by an energy. As they were not sure if this space that replicated the entire world also had that energy, they had to walk. As soon as they arrived at the bottom of the wide path, they could see the statue of the heavenly god of origin. Half of the statue was covered by the dark green sky, and they couldn't see the bottom half of the statue. The countless strange phenomena that had appeared earlier had all subsided, but the energy seal at the bottom of the wide path was still there, preventing anyone from entering the range of the high platform. Yun Nuoxing was startled. Just as he thought that he would have to mess around, he suddenly saw a blurry figure at the entrance of the high platform. The figure was dressed in dark gray clothes, with a head full of black hair, and a pained and worried expression on his face. It was the young man who had come to greet them during the sacred manifestation ritual. The sound of scattered footsteps startled the young man, who was staring at the seal and had a headache. He quickly turned his head and saw the group of people from Yun Nua planet walking over quickly. He quickly put on a happy expression. "Ah, it's you guys, the newcomers of the sacred ritual. Why are you suddenly in a hurry? Did something happen?" Yun Nuashing stood a meter in front of the young man, staring into his eyes. Even in this dark place, the light emitted from her colorful eyes was still too dazzling, almost illuminating the nearby space. The young man was nervous and asked, "What's wrong?" "If it's because of the tense atmosphere in this place, I'm deeply sorry. I didn't expect it to happen in such a short time." "The god of origin," Yun Nuashing suddenly interrupted him. "I've left enough clues and enough information for you to recognize who we are. What role do you play in the hundreds of escape routes left behind by the heavenly god of origin? Helpers? Or the group of people who were entrusted with this task?" The young man's expression stiffened. His entire body froze the moment his face was filled with smiles. Only his eyes could still move. He stared straight at Yun Nuashing, carefully distinguishing the aura. After that, he trembled again and muttered in a daze. "So that aura is yours. I actually mistook you for someone else. The aura of the fused origin energy. You recognized it? I thought you didn't. That made me hesitate for a while." Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned when she heard that. The young man shrugged. "In other words, that was a signal that you deliberately left behind to confirm?" "Yes." The young man smiled bitterly. "In other words, both of us were confirming each other's situation and kept guessing. However, we just couldn't meet up and cause a storm." That's part of the reason." Yun Nuashing's face twitched a little. That was the reason why he was here. Although he had said it happily, he was actually not ready to meet the inheritors from the mythological era. He had been hesitating. He wanted to slowly investigate the matters of this world while waiting, but he did not expect that there would be such a drastic change. Not ready to meet them directly, waiting until I'm almost ready. So, what happened to this world? How did it become like this all of a sudden? That's... The young man scratched his head. Suddenly remembering something, he waved his hand and opened the seal on the wide path. Gesturing towards the door, he said, "Some things have to be told from the beginning. Anyway, how about we talk as we walk? It's a rather dull and tedious story. However, since you can talk about the hundreds of paths, I think you know about it as well as we do." Yun Nuashing and the others smiled bitterly. No, they knew a lot less. They only knew the beginning. Although they had come into contact with a few of the hundreds of paths, they did not know as much as these scions of the gods and scions. In fact, they had to rely on guessing to confirm many things. The young man spoke rather quickly, and many of the things that he mentioned were actually quite similar to what they knew. The war between order and chaos. One day, the heavenly god of origin suddenly gave the order to gather all the inheritors together and throw them into a space. That was the whole process. After that, they had to wait for a long and boring time. They kept waiting and waiting. What were they waiting for? They did not know. In short, they kept waiting and did not even know what had become of the outside world. When Her Eminence and the others gathered us together, the war with the void of chaos was very intense. They suddenly gathered us together and told us that something is going to happen and we need to prepare in advance. After that, they packed us up and placed us in this world. This is a rather long mission that may not end until eternity. After that, they completely cut off all connections and all means of contact with the void outside. We don't know what happened after that." The young man sighed. "We don't even know what happened to Teacher and Her Eminence. No matter how we called out, there was no response. After that, Who knows how many years had passed, and we kept calling out again and again. Now that I think about it, it was indeed a long time. Who knows how many years have passed, but we are still waiting for a long time. We don't know what we are waiting for, and we don't know when the end will come. Yun Nuoshing, Jing Yun and the others looked at each other and quickly conversed in their souls. Jing Yun spoke. It seems that they were sealed in the later stages of the war between order and chaos before being thrown out of the upper realm. They probably wanted to avoid the most intense impact of the battle at the center of the void, and also avoid the void turbulence at the same time. So, it was indeed a backup plan early on. Hui muttered. They might have predicted something early on, so they arranged in the void to constantly search for ways to keep some things after the void was destroyed, just to avoid this certain death situation. Ahem, that's all I have to say. The young man cleared his throat and squinted at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Although, the origin energy in your body feels weird. Although I can confirm that it's origin energy, I still feel that something is off. I've already stated my identity, so shouldn't it be your turn to speak? You are the last batch of Her Eminence's heirs? You've been staying outside all this time? How is the void now? How are Her Eminence and the others? Has the storm stopped? Are you here to help us open the door? Yun Nuoshing and the others could not help but smile bitterly at these words. Especially, other than the first and second questions, the others were not easy to answer at all. Helping to open the door. That's right, they were here to open the door, but the storm outside had just passed and it was turbulent again, so they were not here to free you, but to lure you to the front line of the void to continue fighting. How were they supposed to say this? Stand still first. Yun Nuoshing cleared her throat and stopped the young man. The young man was stunned. What's wrong? Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and was about to speak when she suddenly asked, Do you have any heart disease? The young man's face twitched. No? Do you have any diseases in your soul? How's your spirit recently? Did she not sleep well or eat well? Why was she so flustered and upset? Do you sleep 7 to 8 hours a day? How's your stress resistance? If I hit you with a stick now, would you hit me back or would you ask me a few questions in confusion? The young man's expression was very strange when he heard those incoherent questions. It was not just him, Hui and the others could not help but cover their faces and look away, indicating that they could not bear to watch. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and her expression changed a few times. I think I know that you want to talk about some big news. Just say it, I'm mentally prepared. I'm not that weak as an heir. Then listen carefully. Find something to hold on to. Yun Nuoshing coughed softly and took a deep breath. Listen to me, origin is gone forever. Your gods are all dead. Like a comet colliding with the top of his head at a speed 1,000,000 times faster than light, the young man instantly stiffened. Even though his body was also transparent, one could see that his face was instantly pale. His eyes widened as he stared at Yun Nuoshing. After a moment, he took a deep breath and his head fell back. Hui quickly went to the young man and pulled him up from the ground. He could not help but smile bitterly. What happened to not being that weak? Why can't you just listen to the beginning? Jing Yun smiled bitterly. She crossed her arms and tilted her head as she sighed. The heavenly god of origin. Even I was stunned for a long time when you told me the details, let alone the inheritors. To us, it is a spiritual pillar. To the entire order void, it is a spiritual pillar. To the inheritors, it is even more so. That's what I mean. When reality smashes down, the weight, the heaviness and brutality that transcends time and space, we struggled for a while before the young man slowly regained consciousness. He stood up and sighed. Sorry, I forgot myself. You mean my mentor and the gods are all? I don't have to lie to you. Time has passed in the present realm, and it has been 11 eras since the origin was gone. The young man's eyes widened again, and his breathing became heavy. However, he would not faint for a while. Yun Nuoshing thought about it and took the opportunity to tell him everything: the end of the mythological era, the destruction of order and chaos, the birth of this era, and big trouble. Yes, the big trouble of this era, and it was also related to chaos. For the young man and the others, it was probably one wave after another. Yun Nuoshing spoke very quickly, but he did not explain everything in detail. It took him about half an hour to explain everything. During this time, the young man almost fainted several times. It seemed that the impact of the eternal death of the heavenly gods of origin was the greatest to him, so much so that the later news, which was not that shocking, made him feel like he was going to die at any time. Also, he was stunned for a while and stood still for a while, which made him feel like he had walked a long and arduous journey. That is to say, you are from this era, and you have not really come into contact with Her Eminence and the others? The young man was shocked. It was directly ordained by Her Eminence more than 30 eras ago, across time. At the mention of this, it was Yun Nuoshing's turn to be embarrassed. Although he did not want to nod or admit it, it was probably the truth. The young man looked at Yun Nuoshing blankly, and sighed after a while. It's not that I can't believe it. After all, Her Eminence and the others have done more miraculous things than this, and I'm used to it. Whether you are from this era or the previous one, well, you are still a successor, and that will not change. What's wrong? Yun Nuoshing's slightly twisted and ferocious face stunned him, and when he saw the others smiling bitterly, he was even more confused. No, it's just a pain in the ass. Yun Nuoshing sighed and waved her hand. Now let's talk about this world. What's going on with this strange, weird world? About that. The young man took a deep breath and put on his most serious face, and Hui and the others could not help but become serious as well. After a while, the young man slowly said, "Actually, I'm not sure either." Yun Nuoshing and the others were speechless. Chapter 1716. The gloomy sky dyed the entire world with a ghostly aura. It was as if one had fallen into a bottomless abyss where the sun and moon could not be seen, or as if one had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and wandered around the underworld. If that was the case, then this bustling world would be filled with thousands of ghosts. At first glance it was quite frightening, but once one got used to it, it would be fine. At most, the world would darken for some reason, but in truth, there was not much change. On the slanting broad path, the houses and buildings here were built with a metal frame that protruded horizontally from the platform, or a platform that was built with neatly inlaid stones on the slanted ground. Those lighthouses and buildings were built on these platforms. When they passed by these buildings again, they walked together with the young man. Those people in the houses would curiously look outside when they heard the commotion. In their impression, this platform seemed to have been sealed off just now. Then, they saw a group of people that they didn't know, and then they saw the young man walking at the front. Immediately, they became excited. "Good afternoon, Lord Suifeng. Didn't Lord Suifeng go out just now? Why did you come back?" "Ah, he must have been chased out by Lord Suifeng. That's why he came back with his tail between his legs." The young man smiled and waved at the people who popped their heads out of the houses. Yun Nuoshing and the others who followed behind him kept hearing him call out Lord Suifeng. It was a little, the greeting was quite amiable. He suddenly remembered that Hui was probably the same in the realm of gods. Speaking of which, when he was about to leave the platform, he saw the young man surrounded by a crowd. It was almost the same scene. They are quite well loved. Are these people also from your era? Suifeng scratched his head and laughed dryly. Yes, they existed together with us when we were thrown into this world. But in that generation, other than those who were on the same level as us, the others have slowly faded away with time. Even so, I still remember every new generation. He patted his head and said, "Well, other than the names, at least I remember some of their faces. Look at the girl just now, she's actually from the same generation. Well, she's the descendant of the people who first helped us manage this city. She's the 5th or 6,000th generation. We looked around, but at this moment, everything he looked at was gloomy. It had the effect of lowering the attractiveness and increasing the eerie atmosphere, so he could not see anything special. He could only say directly, "So, the people who live in this place are all special." Not really. It's because it's convenient. Everyone who lives in this place is the one who can help prepare for the sacred ritual. That's why it's so special. They live close to each other. Yun Nuoshing quickly walked the rest of the way to the center of the platform. She looked up at the statue of the heavenly god of origin subconsciously. Even in this dim realm, the statue looked particularly strange. Even when she was so close, she could only see half of it. The other half was always obscured by the dark green and dim mist. She could not see the whole thing. Moreover, there was another strange feeling that spread throughout the entire platform, making everyone feel that something was wrong. A door. However, they didn't have to guess anything. They saw that there was a 10-foot-tall portal at the bottom of the statue. It was an oval-shaped portal, and its edges were shrouded by a mass of dark green air mixed with purple air. As it wriggled, even the pattern in the middle of the portal would change. It looked very strange. The aura that made people feel that something was wrong was coming from behind the portal. They didn't know what was behind it. Wait a minute. I have been talking along the way. I haven't asked where we are going. Hui quickly waved his hand. I'm taking you to the person who knows the truth. Suifeng said in a matter-of-fact tone. I don't know as much as they do. I can't explain it to you, so I can only take you to someone else. Also, there is another truth behind the door, the truth about this world. The young man suddenly laughed. So, do you dare to go and see? Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and said flatly, I've been through a lot over the years. It's nothing more than death. It's not like I haven't tried dying. Don't panic. Let's go. Then, they ran into the portal. Suifeng was shocked. This just went in? Didn't he hesitate at all? Hui and Jingyun, one with their arms crossed and the other with their hands behind their back, shook their heads and sighed. The former shook her head and said, You don't know him. Don't worry. We have time to know him. Let's go and see. Don't let him see something exciting and tear down the space on the other side. Tear down. Suifeng was even more shocked. He smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed them into the portal. His sister and the others were on the other side, but they were probably busy at the moment. It was dark green. A thin layer of clouds floated between heaven and earth. The entire scene was shrouded in the clouds. Orange, red, and light blue lights flashed in the clouds from time to time. It was like an oil painting in space. When the sun shone on it, it would reveal its color, but when the light faded, it would dim again. This was the starry sky. Even the starry sky was shrouded in this strange dark green color. 100-meter square stone platform floated in the starry sky. There were 2 black stone pillars near the edge of the platform. The pillars were branded with energy runes of different colors. The 2 colorful stone pillars were steadily releasing energy, forming a layer of energy barrier that shrouded the 100-meter square platform. This was the scene he saw when he walked out of the portal. As for the orange-red and light blue light flashing in front of him, it was naturally the nebula ruins. This location was very close to the periphery of the nebula ruins. It was beyond the limit of his observation range. However, the nebula ruins was still quiet. There was no abnormal gaze pressure, and he did not sense anything that was about to happen. A strange presence, who is it? Not long after stepping through the teleportation gate, Yun Nuoshing had just looked around the place when he heard a soft shout. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw that he was not the only one on the stone platform. There were 9 other people standing here, each of them standing on the platform in a staggered position. There were several formations under their feet and around their bodies that were releasing energy. Sister, wait. Don't be impulsive. When the atmosphere was frozen, Yun Nuoxing was wondering if he should do something. Suddenly, Suifeng rushed out of the portal and waved at the 9 people. We have found him! We have found him! This is not a good time to meet guests. Yun Nuoxing turned around. He had noticed this person just now. He stood there like a human-shaped lightning ball made of highly concentrated lightning energy. He scratched his head and spread out his hand. Foreign friends. Am I right? The presence of origin is the same, although it is a bit strange. Unfortunately, we do not have the time to greet you. This is not a good place. If you continue to stay here, you may regret it. In the center of the nebula ruins, there was still a ball of bright light flashing. Yun Nuoxing slowly walked forward a few steps, raised his head, and stared at that place with his colorful eyes. That sun and planet that were hidden in the center of the nebula ruins. He couldn't see them, but he could feel a strange feeling. It was something that he didn't feel at the beginning. When they first came here, they didn't feel it. It seemed like there was a breath of life there. It wasn't the kind of breath that left traces of activity, but the breath of a living life. It reminded him of the scene of thousands of lives, thousands of souls that appeared with the dark energy beam in Lui City. Could it be that it was the same over there? The pressure from the sacred eminence seems to be slightly reduced. The young man with the lightning was startled. Strange, did something happen over there? Every time this happens. The woman in the cloak gently turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was also looking at the sacred emergence ground. Her blue eyes that sparkled with white stars fluttered a few times, as if she had sensed something. What is going on over there? We came to Suifeng and asked in confusion. Suifeng looked up and pointed at the nebula ruins in the distance. Over there. You have participated in the sacred eminence ritual. You should have heard of the sacred eminence. That is the place. We looked at the nebula ruins in a daze. He turned his head and looked at Jing Yun. Both of them were sweating profusely. That was really exciting. They had fought their way out from there. When they first descended from there, they were even beaten up by the inexplicable origin energy there. That is where we first came from. You should have heard about it from Suifeng. The old man with lightning spoke slowly. No. He said he doesn't remember anything. He told us to come to you if we want to know anything. Yun Nuoxing and the others shook their heads vigorously and said in unison. Yun Nuoxing added, Then we came here. After all, we have been waiting for you for a long time. We didn't expect that this would happen. Everyone was speechless. They turned to look at Suifeng, who was scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Brother Lei shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it's actually like this. It's not that interesting. As he spoke, he told them what Suifeng told them. The heavenly god of Origin's arrangement was an emergency shelter, followed by a path that cut off the void from this world. It was as if they wanted the void to ignore this place, and then what happened after that? When they first came to this world, a world that was hastily forged and shaped by origin energy and origin rules, they gathered in the sacred manifestation land, which was the planet in the center of the nebula ruins. It was called the sacred manifestation land because they could occasionally communicate with the heavenly god of origin and connect with the statue. They could hear a faint murmur in response. The heavenly god of origin hastily arranged for them to stay there, and even randomly selected the refugees. They only wanted to explore this world after a period of peace in the sacred manifestation land. Because they were bored and had nothing to do, and the waiting time was long and eternal. There was nothing they could do but live here. The only thing they could hope for was to talk to the heavenly god of origin once in a while. Later, the heavenly god of origin divided the world into 9 territories according to the energy distribution of the world. The division of territories was actually done according to the origin energy and origin rules. There was no special purpose. At that time, Most of them were still living in the sacred manifestation land, living every day leisurely and a little at a loss. Until one day they saw a strange energy spilling outside the world, as if the world had fallen into a river of energy. They could not help but look out of the world barrier out of curiosity. That was actually not allowed. The heavenly God of origin had given them the task of staying alive and hiding. There was a certain risk in spying beyond the void, but the unusual phenomenon of the release of the unprecedented energy really piqued their curiosity. Puzzled, they let an energy carrier carry their consciousness across the world barrier. And then there was no and then. The consciousness did not bring anything back. It was annihilated the moment it crossed the world barrier. After that, we could no longer hear the faint response of our teacher and the God. The severing effect of the world barrier was also raised to the extreme without us knowing. Until today, we still have no idea to what extent the world barrier had severed the concept of connection with the void. Brother Lay sighed and continued, later, it did not seem to be that far away, but we did not know when it happened. There was another unusual energy flicker at the world barrier. It was unusually chaotic. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a chaos attack. The battle probably reached our hiding place, but it ended quickly. It did not break into this place as we had feared. Still, the rules and order seemed to have declined a lot after that, probably because the chaos attack had affected the rules of this world. In the past, the worlds that were destroyed by the chaos attack but not destroyed would more or less have such a reaction. They had thought that things would end there. Unexpectedly, it was just the beginning of an anomaly, and there was an anomaly in this world that they could not control. First, there was an anomaly in the sacred epiphany. The origin energy often went out of control, and there were strange energy shrieks that spread across the sacred epiphany. But that was just the beginning. We did not evacuate immediately due to our obsession with the great divine statue. As you can see, it was many years later that we all left the sacred epiphany. And when we all left the sacred epiphany, the world became two parts. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. One part is reality, with the weakened rules and order. The other part is soul, with the rules and order that you are familiar with. Is that so? Brother Lay let out a long sigh and nodded. Until now, we still haven't figured out what happened. The Grand Idol is also left in the Holy Advent Land. Now we're just trying to contact the Grand Idol in the Holy Advent Land with the idols in the Holy Advent Land from a distance every once in a while. That's all. That's the story of this world. How about it? Don't you have anything to say? He shrugged and laughed. Yun Nuashing, however, narrowed her eyes and shook her head. My intuition tells me something is going to happen here. Brother Lay and the others were stunned. What do you mean? It means darkness under the light. You guys live here, you live here. Maybe you don't know what happened here, but with my intuition. Yun Nuashing took 2 steps forward. That's right, intuition. It was his intuition about the origin. He instinctively felt that there was definitely something abnormal in the sacred manifestation ground. No matter if it was the origin, energy going out of control, or the origin, energy beating them up as soon as they entered, it should all point to something. And the 2 strange phenomena that Brother Lay and the others mentioned. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. She tilted her head and looked at Jing Yun and the others. She said in their souls, the strange energy that they mentioned, the first one should be the void turbulence, and the second one. Jing Yun took a deep breath. If I'm not wrong, it should be the tide of chaos. And the tide of chaos also affected this space. But this space should have an immunity function. Although it destroyed the rules and order of this space, it did not destroy the realms of the people inside. The 10 people that we saw were all in the primeval realm. Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up. Take them back. Jing Yun and Hui smiled bitterly. Brother Lay was confused when he saw that Shen Luo was lost in thought. Yun Nuashing ended the soul conversation appropriately and looked at him. What's wrong with those people? I mean those souls in the city. They are the souls of those who have lost their lives over the years. Speaking of this, Brother Lay could not help but look serious. Maybe it's because the world barrier has been severed. They can't go to reincarnation, but stay in this world in a familiar place. They appeared with the arrival of the spiritual world. They existed here in the first place, so no one will feel anything unusual because this is the truth. They existed here in the first place. They once existed here. Hui grinned hard. It really sounds like a haunted place. Then he switched to the soul message. So, according to the normal plot, this is some kind of severed effect caused by the tide of chaos hitting the face of this world? Jing Yun scratched her head in distress. That's strange. According to the situation that we have observed so far, the tide of chaos does not seem to have this function. We were affected by it, but we did not see it directly splitting open. That's strange. Maybe. Yun Nuoxing's eyelids drooped slightly. Maybe it has something to do with the world barrier. It may be difficult. We have to see what's going on. While they were talking, the nebula ruins suddenly converged its light. The light blue and orange-red light slowly faded from their eyes, attracting everyone's attention. The nebula ruins quickly shrank its territory under their gaze. In just a few minutes, it shrank to only 1/10 of its original size. Yun Nuoxing and the rest could not help but exclaim. The nebula ruins was so close when they saw it in the sky of Lui City. It turned out that it was because it had expanded. When the nebula ruins shrank, the strange feeling that Yun Nuoxing had just felt also slowly faded away. Brother Lay and the rest also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's okay now. This time, it may be because of the anomaly that even the Holy Eminence did not want to follow the normal process. Hui said, what would happen at this time in the past? For example, being beaten up by the origin energy? You are now on alert to avoid being beaten up? Brother Lay was startled. How did you know? Hui and the rest smiled bitterly. How did they know? It was because they had been beaten up before. As for the surface, they could only respond. You just said that the origin energy of the Holy Eminence is rioting. I guess this is the only situation that is worth your attention, right? Oh, that's true. After confirming that the pressure from the Holy Eminence had completely dissipated, Brother Lay and the rest really relaxed. Only then did they disperse the magic circles around them and turn to look at Yun Nuoxing and the rest who had been waiting for a while. Sorry to keep you waiting, foreign friends. Hui grinned. Oh, not long, not long. Are you done over there? The Holy Eminence has quieted down. There should be no problem in a short time. Recently, it has been in a lot of trouble, and we can't figure it out. Brother Lay sighed, and then turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. Well, let's talk about you, unfamiliar successor. We heard from Suifeng about you. It seems that you are a little special. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. What do you want to know? Let me think. Let's put aside the reason. The most important thing is to confirm one thing. Brother Lay crossed his arms and looked at him indifferently. He said, Your god of inheritance. Which god is it? You have the reaction of multiple origin energies. It is inconceivable, but what we need to hear is that person. That will affect our future actions. Yun Nuoxing covered his face and rubbed it a few times. This was a difficult question for him. If one were to ask whether he could be considered as an inheritor, seeing how he had been tormented by the things left behind by the gods of origin, theoretically speaking, he could indeed be considered as an inheritor. As for whether he would admit it or not, that was another matter. But if one were to say that he could be considered as one, well, he had not even seen his own god of origin's inheritance, so could he be considered as one? For the time being. After struggling for a while, Yun Nuoxing sighed and spread his hand. For the time being, you can think of me as the successor of the heavenly god of destruction. The tense atmosphere became even more horrifying because of this sentence. Everyone except the cloaked woman gasped. Brother Lay could not help but smile bitterly and murmur, "This. I didn't expect it to be true. Her Eminence was right." What? What did she say? Foresee that we would come here? We stared at him with a don't joke expression. No, no. She did not foresee that you would come here. She predicted that we would meet that person's successor. But she did not say when. Brother Lay waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That person is very unusual. All of us, and I mean us and our teacher, thought that that person would not have a successor because we could not find a suitable one. But we did not expect that the prophecy, that time could be considered a prophecy for the time being. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled. Are these origin specters done yet? Then, what's with the multiple origin energies in your body? Brother Lay hurriedly waved his hand and coughed. I have never seen a successor. There is such an unusual situation, and there are quite a few of them. I also feel that you have my origin energies. It's a long story. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of pain and agony. She let out a long sigh and her face turned pale. Everyone was shocked by her expression as if they had seen a ghost. It starts from a very distant place. It started from when I met a certain ghost's past shadow. After that, she had been plotting against me. I don't know how much time was saved in the middle. Anyway, when I realized it, I already had these 147 origin energies in my body, 196 origin energies. A faint voice came from the side, startling Yun Nuoshing. She looked at the cloaked woman blankly. What did you just say? The woman slowly raised her head. Her blue eyes flashed with white stars, reflecting the depth of the void. She stared at Yun Nuoshing and said, There are a total of 196 origin reactions in your body. That is, all the origin energy has gathered in your body. Chapter 1717. A long, long time ago, about 100 billion years ago, the abyssal death mist was wreaking havoc in the middle plane, and the void blockade had been established. At that time, they brought the people from the celestial realm to the void and tried to gather the power of the world of order together. The results were impressive. It was also during that time, as if they were doing something related to the celestial realm of gods. No, it was related to the void and something bigger. Yes, it was the protection of the heavenly god of origins. At that time, when they were reactivating the protection of the heavenly god of origins over the entire Deyuan realm, it was also because of this that he came into contact with all the origin energy that he had now. He still remembered the things that happened at that time. Although he had been busy fighting in the void for so many years, it was not so easy to forget. After all, the memory was too deep. The incident of the origin energy essence tormenting him was recorded in a small notebook for holding grudges. Although he was not sure if there would be a day where he could cross off his name, he just remembered it first. Then, how many types of origin energy were there? Damn it, he could not remember. The number 147 was something that he came up with later. At first, it seemed that he only had a vague impression from the very beginning. Then, he met Jing Nuoshing and talked about the heavenly god of origins. After that, he went to the cloud continent and came into contact with the relic of origins. At that time, he was almost certain that the number was 147. Even if there was an anomaly, this number was also a base number. However, this number referred to the base number of the heavenly god of origins and the relic of origins. Everything was just a guess. After that, he counted the number of origin energy in his body, and it was indeed 147 type. All of this was until he met this woman at this time. She suddenly said a number that he had a slight impression of. His expression was in a trance, and he could not come back to his senses for a long time. There are a total of 196 types of origin energy. That is, all that you have in your body. Seeing Yun Nuoshing standing there in a daze, the woman repeated softly. Brole could not help but exclaim with his arms crossed. All of the origin energy in one body. It's unbelievable. I never thought about it before, and probably none of the heirs have thought about it. One type of origin energy is enough to deal with. Who would dare to think about other types of origin energy? Suifeng smiled bitterly. No, it's not a question of whether or not you want to think about it. It's weird and abnormal in the first place, and you're accepting it so easily? After all, I am the heir of Her Eminence. Brother Lei grinned and shuddered when he mentioned that person. Teacher said that we don't need to delve into the matter of that person. We only need to smile when we meet him. Getting tangled up will only make us more confused. If it's related to that person, we only need to accept it and watch calmly. Suifeng smiled bitterly. That's too weird. I just have to smile and I can't smile. Still, so Yun Nuoshing's unusual presence was due to the excessive amount of origin energy in his body? Suifeng even sensed that his own origin energy was in the latter's body as well, but he thought it was an illusion at first. Yun Nuoshing shuddered and woke himself up. He shook his head vigorously and waved his hand. No, no, no. That sounds weird. No matter how I look at it, I only have 147 types of origin energy, and they are all rooted in my soul. I can't possibly count them wrong. But that's the truth. The woman looked at Yun Nuoshing and slowly walked closer. Her deep eyes looked at Yun Nuoshing. A moment later, she reached out her white palm and pointed it at his face. Energy gently surged. Unusual. A part of the origin energy is sealed. You can't recognize it, but it doesn't stop us from finding it. Hui crossed his arms and muttered to himself. He tried to recall his memories. After a while, he looked up in realization. Come to think of it, I do remember you telling me that there are 196 types of origin energy, and something about the capacity of tens of thousands of times. In the end, you said that you put them all into the origin mark. I didn't know what happened to you, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Your little angel should know. The little angel paused. Actually, I don't really remember. I can't see the origin energy clearly. Just like you, I didn't pay much attention to it. Hui looked at Jing Yun blankly. Jing Yun shrugged. I'm not a heir. Don't look at me. I don't know more than you. Seal. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. After a while, he thought of something. His mind sank into his consciousness, and then slipped out in an instant. He jumped left and right for a moment because he did not know what to do. If there was something that could affect him unconsciously and make him have a vague impression of the things in his body and seal them secretly, and the timing was between when he came into contact with all the origin energy and when he went to the cloud continent, there was only one thing that could do that. Only the origin energy essence itself had followed her here. Like their shadows, it was elusive, hiding in the dark every day to prepare for a haunting. It was nestled in his body and soul, and even if it did something, he would probably assume that his subconscious had done some sort of processing. In fact, he himself was not aware of the truth. Perhaps that was the case. As for why the 49 origin energy essences were sealed, it was because of the origin energy essence. That's because those 49 types are their energies that are even more superior. At the time, you would already be bearing one type of superior origin energy, and could not bear more. Recklessly coming into contact with them would only accelerate your collapse. The voice in his consciousness startled Yun Nuoshing. At the same time, there was a suction force in his soul. He suddenly understood. Following the suction force, he let his consciousness sneak into his soul and stopped in a blank energy space. The blank space was the same as what he saw that day. But unlike that time when there was only a blurry space in front of him, this time, there was a slight energy humming echo in the white space. A conspicuous reddish-black energy cluster floated in this space, spreading energy ripples in all directions like water wave. It caused some energy movement in the distant space that could not be noticed. It looked at him and said, "They are all uncontrollable idiots." After everything was done that day, they left a mess, including the energy in your body. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. "Are you saying that it was an accident?" "In the beginning, it was." It began to circle around him and said flatly, "It's just that I did not expect you to be able to withstand those energies flowing freely in your body. No one in the void could do that. You are an extreme and abnormal thing, and it was too troublesome to clean up all those energies. When I found that you could hold those energies, I went with the flow and kept them in your body. But even so, you could not withstand the other energies. That was why I sealed them away, and also changed part of your perception to prevent you from thinking about it." "Thinking about it, my ass? Who would think about those things for no reason? Do I have a death wish?" Yun Nuoshing was speechless and rolled his eyes. Why would he think about those things for no reason? Although it was true that the origin energy was very useful from the perspective of what had happened, it still could not erase the fact that they had done such and such things to him. It was truly a psychological shadow, a shadow in his soul. Every time something about them popped up, it would magnify his psychological shadow. Even though he was more or less resistant to facing the origin incident without crying and crying, it didn't mean that he wanted to trigger it a few more times. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, his mind filled with 2 3-digit numbers. After a moment, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart, coughed dryly and asked the energy before him, "So how many of them are there? Is 147 really just a base number? In fact, there are 196 origin gods? Or more?" "No. 147 is everything. The other 49 energies of the same origin that you now possess are just inferior products that they left behind to make it easier for them to find a successor. The real ones are still sealed at this moment. Then keep them sealed. Don't open the seal unless it's necessary." Yun Nuoshing felt a strange sensation on his scalp. He had guessed that there were strong and weak heavenly gods of origin, but he did not expect that he could feel it so clearly. As for the 49 types of energy, forget it. Just the superior destruction energy alone was enough to make him want to die. Who knows what the other 49 types of energy? Well, since I've already received a superior energy, and now that I have the light of first with me, I'm actually fine. When time passes, I'll find a good opportunity. This is interesting. Go out and wait for the good news. No, wait a moment. We can discuss this matter again. Don't do anything rash. This is not a joke. Wait a moment. Don't close the door. What kind of good news is this? This is noise. A painful wail resounded through his soul and consciousness. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand, his face pale as he watched himself being thrown out of his soul by her energy and returned to his body in just a second. His face was bitter and he wanted to cry. This is, what should I say? She was hesitating at first, then observing, then finding it interesting, and now she's starting to torment me just like them. If those 49 energies were to come out like a flood, I would probably spiral into the sky and disintegrate into a pile of ash. Forget it. It seems that I'll have to torment the other 49 energies in the future. That's probably an established fact. Perhaps because his expression changed too quickly and too violently, everyone present was stunned. Suifeng could not help but step forward and ask, "Are you all right?" "Not really." Yun Nuoshing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "But forget it, it's fine. That's my problem, I'll handle it myself. Let's not talk about me first. What's your plan? You've mentioned the next step. Do you already have a plan? Do you need our help?" "Well," Brother Lei scratched his head. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. "We don't know." The cloaked woman shook her head as well. Yun Nuoshing and the others were stunned. It's not as smooth as what you said just now. We all thought that you've already come up with a plan to deal with the current situation, but, well, you said it was smooth, right? Then it's really smooth. Brother Lay laughed dryly and scratched his arm. From the moment we were sent into this world, we actually don't know when and what to do, whether it's going out or what. He suddenly paused and sighed, a little worried. Hearing you say that Master and Her Eminence are all ready, I'm a little lost. I don't know why we've been waiting all these years. Time. More than a dozen epochs have passed. Although we are survivors of that era, according to you, time, information, and other things, few. We don't know what the outside world is like right now, and we don't know what we should do right now. Suifeng and the others let out a long sigh. Their expressions were unnatural, a little downcast, and a little lost. The disappearance of the heavenly god of origin was a huge blow to them. It was as if half of their mental support had suddenly collapsed. Although they did not lose all confidence and fighting spirit, it was inevitable that they would feel dejected for a while. Yun Nuoshing and the others also looked at each other, scratching their heads. For a moment they were not sure how to deal with the current situation. They exchanged glances with each other for a while, and in the end, it was Jing Yun who walked forward and spoke. Anyway, after you've dealt with things here, come back with us to the front line of the void. Just like how we dealt with chaos in the past, the void of order in this era is also in big trouble. We're severely understaffed, and at this time, we're doing everything we can to find power. I'm also from that era, just like you all. Although I'm not an inheritor, and my experience was even worse, my realm was destroyed by the tide of chaos. After I was brought back by my brother, I was at a loss for a while. I couldn't find my place in the void of this era, but I eventually figured it out. There's no need to think about anything, just do what you should do before. We've fought for our own world, for the void of order, and now is no exception. That has never changed. See, you moved closer to Yun Nuoshing, and used her soul to send a message. This is an open declaration that we're going to catch laborers. Brother Lay thought silently for a long time before sighing. Indeed, it's possible that we can't think of anything if we just stay here. We won't be able to do anything if we just stay passive and depressed. Although we don't know how bad the void of order is, just like how we, as inheritors, cannot avoid certain things. We should also step forward to defend this void. See, you exclaimed. You agreed so quickly. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. After all, they were people who had fought against chaos for who knows how many years in the previous era. Jing Yun, Brother Lay, and the others were all like that. They had already gotten used to the long war back then, and now, they were just rejoining another battlefield. They just needed to get used to it, and everything would not be a problem. In short, they had to accept the reality that the past was gone. If they could not find a way forward now, they just had to try moving forward. A path had to be found, and they could not find a way forward just by standing still. The woman looked at them and said softly, "First, we have to find a way to get out." Well. Brother Lay smiled bitterly. It was a real problem. If they wanted to talk about the future or getting out, they had to get out first. If they could not get out, how could they talk about such things? Being trapped here again? Yun Nuoshing rubbed his forehead and could not help but sigh bitterly. What was the point of keeping people in a place all the time? Although it was to strengthen the concealment of the space, and there was no other way around it, he had to deal with either collecting trash or helping to open the door. And for such a trivial matter, he had to find an old man guarding the mountain gate. Forget it. His self-identity was getting weirder and weirder now. Let's say we're trapped. Brother Lay scratched his arm and muttered, "The world barrier is indeed in a state of being closed to the outside world. Because we have to hide, even the world barrier is sealed. It was the teachers who helped to close the door from the outside. There is also a way to open it from the inside, but But we have to return to the place where the great god statue is. Only there can we deal with this problem, but everyone laughed dryly. However, the sacred manifestation land was now occupied by a strange energy phenomenon. It would riot from time to time, and it could make them anxious even though they were separated by the starry sky. They could not find a way to deal with it. They could not even go there, so how could they talk about leaving? The great god statue, well, he had heard them mention it many times. If he did not remember to go to the wrong place in a short period of time. He turned his head and looked at the nebula ruins in the distance. His cheeks trembled. So we have to rush over there? We still have to solve the problem of this world. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. There's something wrong with this world. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened. If we don't get rid of this problem, we can't go anywhere. Hui smiled bitterly. 2 missions at once. One was to go back to the Holy Advent and find a way to open the door. This meant that they had to fight against the origin energy that had beaten them up for no reason. 2 was to solve the mystery and uncover the strange and distorted scene of this world. This was easy to explain. It should be the influence of the tide of chaos. Going around the world barrier once or twice, they should be able to find the source of the disease, and then blame it on chaos. This void, right? No matter what happened in the void of order, it would not be a problem to blame it on chaos. If there were any objections, they would be rejected. Don't ask why, just ask why. Order and chaos were irreconcilable. If we're going to the sacred manifestation land. By the way, do you know if there's anything in the sacred manifestation land that would cause an energy riot? For example, some kind of unknown object is guarding that place. We looked at Brother Lei and said with lingering fear. He was really scared when he was beaten up by the origin energy that day. Brother Lei crossed his hands and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Energy riot. Although we're on alert, that's only because the sacred manifestation land has an unknown energy phenomenon. If it's a riot, well, as for the unknown object, I really don't know. After we left the sacred manifestation land, we completely lost track of the situation there. After all, it's just a dead zone now. There shouldn't be anything to be concerned about. Even we don't dare to confront the abnormal energy phenomenon in the sacred manifestation land head-on. We can only observe it from the outside and be ready to suppress it at any time. If we really rush in, we might get hurt. One of them frowned. No. The problem over there is actually very obvious. Jing Yun waved her hand vigorously. You guys don't know this, but when we first came out of the holy manifestation ground, we were beaten to the ground by the origin energy that had gone out of control. Brother Lei and the others were speechless. At that time, I heard a voice. Feng Qing Huang reminded them softly. Then, she pinched her throat and mimicked the voice. Intruders, your arrogance will bring you destruction, voice. Sui Qing's eyes flickered. She turned to look at Brother Lei and the others. There was hesitation and shock in their eyes. They were a little puzzled. They had been observing that place for many years. Ever since the abnormality appeared there, they had been keeping an eye on it. However, they had never heard any voice. Feng Qing Huang coughed softly and nodded. Yes, that's the voice. Then, it started to beat us up. Looking at the nebula ruins from afar, the light blue and orange-red lights reflected each other. There seemed to be clouds bursting out from the center of the ruins. The center of the ruins was shrouded in a thick layer of clouds. It was very beautiful. However, it was hard to imagine what kind of abnormal changes were happening inside the ruins. It seems that after leaving the sacred manifestation land for many years, the abnormality there has finally changed. Brother Lei rubbed his forehead. Let's keep an eye on it for now. Before that, even if we want to go there, it's still, That's not a big problem. Hui grinned and raised his thumb to interrupt him. Then, he suddenly slapped Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. With Feng here, it's not a problem. Yun Nuoshing was still thinking. She was stunned by the slap. In the end, it's just some unknown phenomenon caused by the origin energy going out of control, isn't it? As long as it's origin energy, just leave it to Maple to deal with. After all, he's a guy who carries 196 types of origin energy. There's nothing that he can't handle, no landmine that he can't overcome. I'll throw you into the void, okay? Yun Nuoshing stared at Hui with a fake smile. She wanted to smash Hui's head with a hammer. Hui could not help but scratch his head and laugh dryly. It's the fastest and most convenient way to send you there. Anyway, we're in the void right now. Let's get this over with quickly. I'll leave everything related to the origin to you. Inheritor of the origin nonsense. Yun Nuoshing. Aren't the inheritances getting weirder and weirder? This was the only thing he did not want. Don't add everything into the inheritances. Chapter 17-18. Yu Hui's purpose was very obvious now. He wanted to rush to the holy manifestation regardless of the consequences. That was the core of the core that really affected this world. It was the beginning, the turning point, and the current anomaly. No matter what, the answer they wanted must be hidden there. Perhaps they could find some secrets about the primordial god. Those were secrets that could not be seen under normal circumstances and would not be revealed unless it was necessary. Perhaps they would reveal the reason or meaning of this world's existence. Brother Lei and the others had been guarding this world for more than 10 eras, but they did not know anything. It must be because the timing was not right. Now might be the right time. After all, her inheritor had found this place, and the former's teacher seemed to have mentioned that they would meet her inheritor. This was definitely not a casual remark. Well, it was better to say that this was what he hoped. After all, there were no more clues at the moment. They definitely had to rush over, but there was an inexplicable pressure from the Holy Advent in front of them, and the origin energy from the Holy Advent behind them. Although the place was as empty as hell, there was definitely something ghostly there, and it would attack anyone who broke into that place, regardless of whether they had the origin energy or not. Even Brother Lei and the other Yuansha realm inheritors expressed that they did not want to confront it head-on. That would be fatal. Therefore, how to ensure that the charge did not turn into a charge became the primary problem to be discussed. Hui, how about this? If the inexplicable energy in the Holy Advent can't be transmitted, we will launch a big charge. We definitely can't defeat that invisible ghostly thing, but it's definitely not a problem to withstand 1 or 2 rounds of bombardment. Then, we just need to send Maple to his position, and then quickly retreat. Everyone shouted in unison, "Good idea!" Then the plan was decided. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled as he listened to the whole process. He did not even have the chance to object before the plan was finalized. He wondered if they were treating him as a minefield tool. Seeing Hui and the others began to discuss how to take turns to charge through this section of the road, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, then stared at them bitterly. She took another deep breath and ran to the side to draw circles. Sui Feng looked at Yun Nuoshing's indignant face as she squatted and drew circles. After a long while, he finally could not help but laugh dryly. He quickly waved his hand to interrupt the heated discussion. "Well, actually, I have a way to get through safely." Everyone, huh? Sui Qing tilted her head and looked at her brother. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Reliable?" "It should be reliable, but I've only tried it once. I can't guarantee that the second time will be the same." Sui Feng coughed dryly. Under everyone's gaze, he pondered for a moment before he began to speak. "Actually, that was something that happened many years ago. One night, I sensed a strange energy fluctuation in Lui City. I started to search for it by following the fluctuation, but the energy was very vague. It was as if it was drifting in from somewhere with the wind. I couldn't find it at once, so I had to patrol the entire Lui city. In the end, I came to the statue and confirmed that the strange energy was coming from inside the statue. Out of curiosity, I opened the portal and came here. That day, the Holy Advent was obviously too quiet. Just like now, it's quieter than when we were suppressing part of the energy. So, I went to the Holy Advent in a daze. His sister heard him and glared at him fiercely. "You've got guts, don't you?" Suifeng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. But that was the truth, and he couldn't refute it. Because I was very careful, I spent a lot of time on the way. I only managed to reach the Holy Manifestation Ground. When I was about to go to the Holy Manifestation Ground, I felt the pressure spreading from the ground. I hurriedly threw away the thought of taking a look at the Holy Manifestation Ground and ran back. When I returned to this platform, the Holy Manifestation Ground had already recovered to its normal level of energy release. Suifeng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. After that, he thought for a moment to see if he had missed anything. After a moment, he nodded. "Well, that's it. I didn't dare to say anything because I didn't know if it would affect me. After I found out that nothing happened, I didn't want to say anything. But I didn't dare to go there again. No one would know anyway. If I told my sister, she would definitely beat me up. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My ears. My ears are going to fall off." Everyone shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as they watched Suifeng being pulled by his ears to the side for a lecture. That fellow was also a reckless person when his curiosity got the better of him. Even though the Holy Advent was overflowing with abnormalities, he still dared to go there for a stroll because he did not feel any pressure. He was really lucky that he did not get beaten up by the origin energy that had gone out of control. Sui Qing, forget it. Let him explain himself first. There should be some details that he didn't mention. "What time is it?" Brother Lei couldn't bear to see her grimacing in pain. "What time is it?" Brother Lei couldn't bear to see her grimace in pain. Sui Qing frowned at that, but could only sigh softly when she thought of the current situation. She let go of his ears that had turned red. "Continue." Suifeng threw a grateful glance at Brother Lei and continued, "About the time. I didn't notice anything special about the time. I just felt that the holy prominence was as quiet as before. That's why I thought about it. However, I didn't feel anything at that time. The strange aura at that time was very strange. It was like the origin energy had been diluted and mixed with the void. The strange aura was very weak. At that time, the entire platform was filled with that aura. There was no time limit? Brother Lei frowned as he looked towards the nebula ruins. Suifeng shook his head, but became excited after a moment. If you want to talk about it, it was also in the state of the soul world here. It had been quite some time. I remember that not long after I returned, the world returned to its normal state. Then, you all came to suppress it. Hui quickly asked, "Does the abnormality of the Holy Advent appear at a fixed time? Every time the world starts to switch states, it will." Suifeng nodded at him. "When the two states switch, there will be an abnormality. As for the latter part, I don't know when it will suddenly appear. But it usually has a long period of time, so I've never worried about it. I've never tried to deal with it. It's just that every time it's not fixed, the energy explosion will be very intense, just like fireworks in the starry sky." Fireworks. On the other side, Yun Nuoxing stood up when he heard these three words. While everyone was stunned by his sudden movement, he quickly walked over. "You just said fireworks, right?" Suifeng looked at him nervously. His expression, his ferocious smile, "Yes? What's wrong? Can the Holy Advent be lit up like fireworks?" Yun Nuoxing pointed at the nebula ruins. His ferocious grin took up half of his face, which made everyone's hair stand on end. The moment he opened his mouth, he lit up the Holy Advent like fireworks. Hui smiled bitterly. He knew that this was the image of a nervous man hovering on the edge of bursting with pressure. He quickly opened his mouth to suppress the violent tendencies that were about to overflow. That phone, although we can light up the holy prominence, if we destroy that place, all the things we want to know will also be destroyed. You have to be rational. We are going to dig up history, not destroy the traces of history itself. So what? Yun Nuoshing swung his long hair and crossed his arms disapprovingly. When we first arrived, I lit it up like fireworks and it was fine. Although I didn't try my best at that time, don't worry this time. I'll definitely do my best to light it up. Everyone was sweating profusely. Hui quickly pressed his shoulder and said, "It's different this time. Look at the other side. They're as silent as a pig in a deep sleep. When you set off the fireworks at the beginning, the other side was prepared, so nothing happened. Now that you've set off Starfall, then there's nothing left." Yun Nuoshing thought about it and felt that it made sense. He rolled his eyes and calmed down in a second. He turned and walked away. Tsk boring. Brother Lei was sweating profusely as he watched Yun Nuoshing return to where he was and squatted down to draw circles. He couldn't help but whisper, "Is he usually like this?" No, that's not it." Hui shook his head, his face half white and half black. "He usually acts without saying anything. Maybe he has already lit up the holy advent like firework." Brother Lei and the others were speechless. He was indeed the successor of the god of destruction. His ability to destroy and destroy was engraved in his bones. Ahem. Anyway, where were we? Brother Lei was sweating profusely as he changed the topic. Suifeng quickly said, "It happened at the end of this period. Oh, by the way, it's about time. The Holy Epiphany is also very peaceful. I think it's about time for us to make a trip there." Hui raised his hand. "We don't know much about your world, but every time you switch to the spiritual world state, it only lasts for a short period of time? Because this is an unexpected situation, we can get some clues from the rules. That's the rule we found after experiencing hundreds of thousands of transitions. Every time the world transitions, a new rule will appear in the conceptual level of the rules. When it disappears, it means that the transition this time is over, and the next transition is about to begin. However, there will occasionally be unexpected situations. When the rule burns more than half to two-thirds, there will occasionally be this kind of transition in advance. It's just that the number of times is not many. It may have happened 3 to 5 times in millions of years." Brother Lei waved his hand and explained. Hui was still sweating profusely. "Anyway, it's a very magical world. Have you ever thought about why? The state of this world was obviously not normal. It kept switching between two states, and even the strength of the rules and order kept switching. The beings living here did not seem to be affected, but, well, it did not seem to be affected. After all, they were a group of descendants of the gods and were protected by the origin energy. Even if the environment kept switching between stable and abnormal, it might not affect them much. If it was a normal world, the world's rules could be switched casually. Even if the cycle was stable, the life inside would not be stable. It was simply killing them. Yes, I have thought about it, but I can't figure out what caused this world to become like this." Brother Lei spread his hands and sighed. "The heart of the world is normal. The conceptual layer of the rules is normal. Other than the power of the rules and order being weakened by the impact of the tide that you just mentioned, there is nothing else." Well, although the abnormality itself exists here, and the fact that we can't touch the abnormality is proof that the abnormality is powerful. But after so many years, well, I really didn't find anything wrong, except for occasionally switching to the spiritual world and having an out-of-body experience. Hui and Jing Yun could not help but smile bitterly. The abnormality happened so often that they simply treated it as a part of their daily life. But, forget it, let Yun Nuoshing find a way to solve it. When it came to the origin of things, they did not quite understand. So, shall we go over now? A cold voice rang out from behind, causing everyone to shudder. They turned to see Yun Nuoshing standing at the edge of the platform, looking at the sacred Advent site shrouded in the nebula ruins. She turned to look at them. I think now is a good time. Maybe we can go there without much effort. Suifeng quickly nodded. Agreed. Time waits for no man. Let's go and have a look. Don't hesitate like I did last time. By the time we get there, we won't have time to do anything else. Alright, then I'll go first. As soon as she said that, a colorful light flashed, and the figure disappeared from sight in an instant. Even her aura was far away, she even left an energy mark as a beacon. Everyone was speechless. Isn't that guy a little too efficient? Feng. Aya, why does this guy lose control every time he encounters something related to the origin of things? Hui slapped his face in distress and smiled bitterly. And every time I lose control, the behavior is different. Sometimes I'm in a state of madness, sometimes I'm in a state of stone. What is this time? This should be restlessness? She suddenly became impatient and irritable. It's probably because of the origin energy. Didn't you always say that the origin energy has become a spirit? The part that remains in the body has the origin mark. It's like something that's hidden in the body, subtly influencing the body. Maybe after coming into contact with the origin energy of this world, it started to become a little restless. All of these together became the impatient appearance of the little brother. Jing Yun shrugged and turned to follow. Anyway, let's go and have a look first. I'm afraid that the little brother will tear the sacred Advent site apart if we're late. Everyone was shocked when she mentioned that. They immediately rushed over without caring about what they had just discussed. The nebula ruins. There was a bit of a mysterious aura in this place. It didn't feel very good. It was like something in the world of order had encountered the energy of the void of chaos, and was corroded and turned into a rotten state. In short, it was very mysterious and not suitable for eating. But to say that it was the residual stench of the collision between the power of order and the power of chaos, it didn't seem like it. The residual stench of the collision between the two powers of order was that kind of obvious stench. Just by smelling it, one would know that it was not at the level of not good. It was at the level where even the god of destruction would find it disgusting and avoid touching it. And the aura in the nebula ruins, it was strange. In short, it was strange. It was probably the same level as smelling one's own smelly feet. Well, as long as it was not smelling someone else's. Well, his mind went on a rampage again. But this should not be entirely related to him. As for why he was rushing over in such a hurry, it was not his own fault. That day at the continent of origin, he had more or less dawdled a little. Now, he simply went along with the will of the origin energy spirit. A group, it was really a group. Not only 9 types of origin energy had a reaction, there were at least 17 or 18 no, 20 types of origin energy spirits were urging him to go over. Rushing through the nebula ruins, Hao Run was brought to the Holy Epiphany without having to look for it himself. It was still the same tiny star system and the same planet. Other than the eerie dark green color, it looked like it was going to be haunted at any time. There were no other unusual changes. Oh no, there were other changes. This planet was filled with the breath of life. Stopping in front of the entire planet, Yun Nua planet overlooked the entire Holy Prominence land. It was just an ordinary-sized planet with life, and there was nothing special about it. Last time, he was chased away in a hurry, but this time, he had the chance to take a second look at it. Yun Nuoshing suddenly narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to go down, Hui and the others rushed over. Phew! Feng, slow down. We can't be like you, who can charge around here without any scruples. Anyway, all of you were planning to rush over here. It's nothing. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and turned to look at Brother Lei and the others. Where is the great god statue? You can see it when you go down. It just so happens that it's right here. Brother Lay pointed downwards, but hesitated for a moment. But this feeling doesn't seem too good. Was it like this when you came here the last time? The last question was directed at Suifeng. At this time, there were a lot of souls floating above the holy prominence. They were all stunned. Suifeng quickly replied, No, no. The last time I was here, there was no such abnormal situation. Yun Nuoxing also felt strange and tilted his head to ask them, According to what you said, this world's reincarnation cycle has been cut off, and those souls have all disappeared along with their lives, leaving their souls where they were. Was it so tragic when we left the holy Advent land? The strength of these souls are not ordinary life. Nope. Brother Lay scratched his head, puzzled. There were no twists and turns when we left the holy prominence. When we first felt that something was wrong, we started to divide the new place. Then, we moved normally. Finally, when we did a head count, no one was missing. How could there be so many souls here? Yun Nuoxing also threw a questioning look at the woman. The latter seemed to understand what he meant and shook her head, indicating that she did not know. He felt helpless. Anyway, let's go down and have a look. We'll talk after we find the great god statue. Yun Nuoxing subconsciously looked around. Blue sky and white clouds, but there was no one there. Dark green covered the entire sky. That cloud-like mist drifted all over the world. Perhaps it was because the holy manifestation land was the center, but the oppressive atmosphere here seemed to be more intense. When they first floated in the starry sky, they could not feel it so clearly. Their vision was less than 100 meters away, and they could not see anything else. It was as if they had bumped into a thick fog or a sandstorm. Is the environment of the holy prominence not good? Siyu's voice suddenly rang. Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuoxing laughed awkwardly and quickly pulled Siyu to his side. He reached out and knocked on her head. Then, he looked at Suifeng. A third of the big guy's face was blended in the dark green fog. Only a pair of eyes that were releasing weak energy could be seen. It was weird. The last time you were here. It's different. It was blue sky and white clouds last time. That's right. It was blue sky and white clouds when the world was in the soul state. It was not like this. Suifeng quickly waved his hand. We can't even sense anything in this situation. Do we have to rely on our eyes to find the way? By the way, can you still recognize the way now? Yun Nuoxing sighed. Well, it's not the first time something like this happened. Brother Lay scratched his head. Although I want to say that we can find the way with our eyes closed. It's probably in this direction. Probably. Suifeng suddenly asked, Reliable? Brother Lay smiled bitterly. Not really. But I remember it should be this way. When I came down, I deliberately aimed in this direction. Suifeng looked at him and suddenly sighed deeply. She shook her head. I'll do it. Let's go. Everyone laughed awkwardly and scratched their heads. They quickly followed behind the cloaked woman and moved forward in the thick fog. However, not long after, Feng Qinghuang whispered, It seems like someone. Oh, a soul is coming towards us. I can feel the presence of life. We will see it soon. It can't be that they saw us when we came down, right? Suifeng murmured, Sis, hurry up and see what we should do now. Hide. Let's see. Hui quickly walked forward. The divine energy on his body surged, hiding the group of people under the energy. Then, a few blurry block-shaped shadows emerged from the thick fog. When they got closer, they could see that they were human figures. The soul aura on their bodies was completely exposed. Ordinary. They looked like ordinary people, but according to Brother Lay, those who lived in the sacred land were the first ones to be thrown in. There was no such thing as ordinary. Therefore, when a few seemingly harmless souls appeared in front of them, they were even more shocked. They couldn't figure out the reason behind it. While they were in a daze, Yun Nuoxing moved to Jing Yun's side, nudged him with his elbow, and placed something in his palm. Help me decipher this, it seems to be the first divine language. Jing Yun lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand. She muttered to herself for a moment, then said with some hesitation, "This seems to be a rune made using the earliest divine language. It's not complete. There aren't many people in our era who can use this kind of thing. Little brother, where did you get it?" "I saw it by accident. Can you try to interpret it and see what effect it has?" Yun Nuoshing looked up at the sky that was blocked by the fog. The middle doesn't look like the middle, and the edge doesn't look like the edge. I think I can see the effect of a seal. There is also the mark of time. Other than that, I don't think there is anything else. If it is more complete, I should be able to see it more clearly. Jing Yun scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "I'll try to look for it." Chapter 17-19. The dense fog drifted in the entire space, as if it had divided vision and cognition into two parts. One part was the dark green in the air, and the other part was the dim yellow on the ground. The dark green that covered the sky and the sun had divided the sky and the earth into two things that could no longer be touched. It swallowed the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and covered everything with a layer of gauze. Even if they could see it, they could only see vague shape. As a group of non-human things that were out of the norm, they could only extend their vision and senses to less than 100 meters. God knew what method the souls that remained here were using to find their way in the thick fog. As the blurry figures came closer, they gradually became clearer in the dark green fog. Yun Nuoshing came forward to take a look, and then shook her head at the others. "Ordinary souls. They do not have the energy of origin." Brother Lei and the others were even more confused when they heard the confirmation. In this world, they had never seen any souls that did not have the energy of origin. In this large world that was completely covered by the energy of origin and the laws of origin, a group of beings that did not have these two types of aura appeared. What did that mean? Well, he did not know what that meant. Logically speaking, they should not exist. The dimension that was created by the heavenly god of origin had the energy of origin in its laws. In other words, the energy of origin was the main energy of this world, accounting for more than 90% of the energy composition of the entire world. The laws of this world were also the framework of the laws of origin. Under such circumstances, even if the life was just an ordinary person, it would sooner or later be influenced by the energy of origin in the laws of heaven and earth, and be tainted with this aura. Going against the laws of the world, they were not the life of origin or anything. They don't look any different from the people in our own territory. Their clothes are familiar, and they still have the same style. Suifeng whispered. By now, they could clearly see the appearance of the group of people who were only a dozen or so meters away from them. He curiously looked at the people who were about to pass by. "The more I look at them, the more I feel that there is nothing different, except that they do not have the energy of origin on them." Yun Nuoshing tilted her head to look at him, and then at the people who were still approaching. They were 5 young people, 2 men and 3 women. Since they were in soul form, and probably due to the influence of the dark green fog, they looked light and their bodies were more transparent. Unlike the group of people who could see behind their hands, their forms were more solid. Their clothes therefore looked light, but it was not much different from the clothes of the people in Lui City. They were all in the style of the divine realm of the mythological era. Jing Yun also wore similar clothes, and there were a lot of them in Lui City, so it was quite easy to recognize them. As for their appearance, well, there was not much to say, there was nothing strange about them. Their bodies were the same as well. Just the form of an ordinary person. They appeared here like normal, and were having a normal conversation. They talked about the weather, the market next door, and the thick fog. However, they didn't seem to be affected at all as they walked in the dark green fog. They didn't seem to know that there were more than a dozen people hiding here and spying on them. Wait a minute, what's the market next door? Suifeng was startled. He suddenly realized that something unusual had been mixed into the conversation. The market next door is the market next door. Why? Do you want to see if there is a discount or if you buy more and get more free? Do you want to get 2 tons of local specialties to bring back? Yun Nuoshing casually replied, and waved her hand to follow Suifeng. The others quickly followed behind. Suifeng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. I just feel that, a market in this place is a little weird. Look at this place, it doesn't look like a normal place. It doesn't look like a normal place of life. Life born from abnormal rules and environment naturally has to find a place for themselves to live in abnormality. Although their appearance is not what you and we expected, the Holy Eminence clearly has a lot of breath of life, and the souls of Lui City would also live a normal life here. How could the souls here suddenly be special? They are people with families, jobs, old and young. They eat, drink, and go to the toilet at irregular times, and have to talk about daily necessities, and squeeze out money from their daily meals to buy a barely passable house. This is their normal, but it is far from what we know, so it is abnormal. In their eyes, we are the abnormal. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and said flatly, If you want to listen to the lecture, I will nag you about the life and death of the billions of races in the void. Suifeng was stunned by her words. After a long while, he waved his hand awkwardly and said, No need. I am just a little. Well, I am bound by my cognition. It's my fault. When his sister heard this, she suddenly sighed and said earnestly, Lu Yeqing is still alive. Maybe it's because he's lucky. Suifeng laughed dryly. They followed the small group of people in front of them and walked around in the fog. The 5 of them seemed to know the way and were not affected by the fog at all. It was estimated that walking in the fog had already become an instinct. Yun Nuoshing and the others had been following behind them. Firstly, they wanted to see where they were going, and at the same time, see what kind of situation Xing Xiandi's soul was in. Secondly, they couldn't recognize the way. If it wasn't for someone passing by who could give them a ride, they might have been lost in the dark green fog for half a year. Judging from the size of the 5 people's backpacks and their conversation, they should have just arrived from the neighboring city or town. The journey would only take about half a day to a day and a half. For ordinary people, this amount of equipment was more than enough to cover the journey, unless they took their time and stopped. Well, that's not right. The backpack was obviously not an ordinary backpack. There seemed to be the power of space flowing inside it. Perhaps the space inside the backpack was bigger than expected. As for what they were going to do, Zhang Heng was not very clear from the content of their conversation. He only heard that they had prepared something special. Other than that, there was no other information for the time being. They were still talking about ordinary topics, but the topic suddenly changed after a while. By the way, isn't the mist for the past 2 days a little too exaggerated? We have been walking this path for a long time. If we don't pay attention, we won't be able to find the familiar places. It's hard to get lost in this place. The lanky young man at the front suddenly changed the topic. I don't know if the mist will affect the time. Well, I hope we won't miss the time because of some weird reason. The young man behind him immediately responded, Don't worry, there's no need to rush. There's still a lot of time. Moreover, the preparations of the people above are definitely beyond our imagination. Maybe they'll already be ready when we get there. They're just waiting for a good opportunity. Timing. Speaking of this, the tall and thin youth suddenly let out a long sigh. Can something like timing really be chosen? I feel that all of this is just up to fate. A long period of time will pass by just like that. After all, it's inconvenient for a soul body. There are many things that can't be done. I'm just worried that the things that are left behind will be used up, and we will have to remain in this state of a lonely soul. The other young man smiled bitterly. He looked at the 3 girls and sighed. That can't be helped. If it really comes to that. It's still too early to talk about it. We still have a lot of chances. The successor will definitely solve the problem. Let's hurry over. Speaking of which, we're heading in the right direction, right? The mist is really a lot thicker. The lanky young man pulled himself together and laughed. There might be some deviation, but the general direction is definitely correct. As long as we can reach Long Moon City, there will be a guiding light. Then, there will be no problem. Yun Nuoshing and the others followed behind and heard their sudden change of topic clearly. Then, they were all stunned. The five of them turned their heads in a daze and looked at Brother Lei and the others who were also stunned and had stiff faces. Then, they looked at the five people who were about to disappear into the dark green fog because they were stunned for a moment and did not catch up. They hurriedly ran 2 steps to catch up. Hui then said, "Other than you, are there any other inheritors here?" Sui Feng laughed dryly. "Why do I remember that there are only 10 of us? Sis, your memory is better. Look, 10. Sui Qing nodded slightly and then looked at Brother Lei. The latter smiled bitterly. "I also remember that there are only 10 of us. Could it be that Teacher and Her Eminence have arranged for some people we don't know to be here? That's impossible, right? But isn't this completely unnecessary?" Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at the others. She moved closer and waved her hand. "Let's wait and see. The primordial god would not do anything meaningless. Perhaps he thinks that it is necessary. For example, in this world, you are the first plan. The other people we have never met before are the second plan." Everyone smiled bitterly. What kind of plan was the second plan? Feng Qinghuang thought for a moment and poked Yun Nuoshing. "Little star, why don't we just make contact?" Yun Nuoshing was startled. He looked at the 5 people who had quickened their pace and were almost jogging. Then, he looked at the group of people on his side. After thinking for a while, he nodded hesitantly. "That's possible. Hui, you guys continue to hide. I'll go over with the girl and have a look." He was about to rush out when Hui quickly waved his hand. "Hey! Disguise yourself a little. It's 2. Don't worry. With the cognitive blur, the others won't care too much." Yun Nuoshing waved her hand in response and left with Feng Qinghuang and Siyu. Hui and Jing Yun smiled bitterly. The latter couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, is it okay to make contact with them? Won't they fight if they can't reach an agreement?" Hui Gang smiled bitterly when he heard this. Instead, he revealed a thoughtful expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly nodded his head. "Actually, it's not a problem to fight. At most, we'll just have to 5 more goods. After that, we can get some information from them." Everyone. He was the kind of person who could fight but not talk. Sui Feng looked at the 5 people in the distance and sighed. Suddenly, he couldn't help praying for them in his heart. "I hope they are good-tempered." Yun Nuoshing took the 2 girls and ran in the direction of the 5 people. She then dealt with the cognitive blur. As for the clothes, forget it. The cognitive blur was enough. Even if the clothes didn't look like human beings, they would be treated as human beings in front of a powerful cognitive blur. Although the cognitive blur wouldn't be so powerful, that was what it meant. After waiting for the 3 of them to toss around for a while, Yun Nuoshing found a backpack for himself and casually stuffed some things into it to make it bulge. Then, he covered it with a concealment formation. Everything was ready. At this moment, the aura of the 5 people behind him approached unexpectedly. Not long after, the figures of the other party quickly appeared in the thick fog. Yun Nuoshing's body had a faint fluorescent light that flickered with the light of divinity. Even in the area covered by the dark green fog, it was very obvious. The other party almost saw a ball of light appear in the fog as soon as they ran over. It looked like a large group of fireflies had gathered together. Very obviously, the 5 of them were stunned. Obviously, they had never encountered such a situation before. Ah, the people in front, are they wanderers with us? The thin and tall youth suddenly waved his hand to stop them. Then, he shouted towards the thick fog. He was a little nervous. The cluster of light in the fog suddenly moved after he shouted. It gradually brightened and seemed to be approaching them. Then, a voice quickly sounded, "Hua, we finally met people. Thank the heavens. We got lost before we reached Long Moon City." The cluster of faint glow gradually became weaker as it got closer. It seemed that as long as it was within sight, the cluster of light would dim. Then, 3 people barged into their line of sight. They looked a little excited. The white-clothed girl looked so excited that she was about to jump up. Actually, it's not easy to meet people in the Long Moon Wilderness. You guys got lost here?" The thin and tall youth saw that they were indeed people. He was no longer nervous and nodded his head to greet them. I didn't expect this to happen." Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms and looked worried. Her face turned dark. The fog suddenly became thicker. "I couldn't see anything more than 10 meters away. I was really unprepared. We came from a very far place." Feng Qinghuang also started to talk nonsense. Anyway, they were just a group of people who met by chance. Few people would ask a stranger the first time they met. As long as she didn't reveal any serious flaws, it would be fine. We were going to Long Moon City with those. Then, on the way, we suddenly got lost. Well, they came prepared. They were all eavesdropping just now. Oh, I know. You were also sent to transport goods. I understand. The lanky youth looked at the 3 of them, then looked at the backpack on Yun Nuoshing's back. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he pointed in a direction and said, "If it's Long Moon City, it's probably in that direction. If you don't have a pathfinding talent, it'll be difficult to deal with such a thick fog." "There is." Siyu suddenly jumped in excitement. Then, she sighed and shook her head. "Originally, there was, but there was an accident before we went out. We were afraid that we wouldn't have enough time, so we had to come out first. Unexpectedly, it might not be suitable for us to go on a long journey this year." Yun Nuoshing and Feng Qinghuang also sighed. They looked up at the sky with a worried expression. "That's really bad luck." The thin and tall youth couldn't help but sigh. Then, he laughed and said, "Since we are all going to Long Moon City, why don't you follow us first? Getting lost in the wilderness of Long Moon City is indeed a very uncomfortable thing. Moreover, as you said, it's not good to wait for too long." Yun Nuoshing and the other 2 quickly nodded and clapped their hands in their souls to show that they were happy to cooperate. Although the situation now looked like the streets were full of wandering souls and it was quite creepy, this kind of friendly feeling of being able to chat and laugh for a while on the road diluted the scary atmosphere. After all, they were wandering souls now. How could ghosts be scared to death when ghosts meet ghosts? Hui and the others watched the 3 of them smoothly blend into the group of 5 from behind. They rolled their eyes, especially that luggage. It was really awkward. Hui couldn't help but say, "Oh my god, Feng already knows how to socialize. Oh my god, really, oh my god. There must be something wrong with him. He must have changed into a different person. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. He will definitely set off fireworks in the next second." Jing Yun smiled bitterly. No matter what, he is an old guy who has lived for so many years. Even if he doesn't like to talk to people, some of his passive skills must be maxed out. Although this little brother is also a unique weirdo in the army among the many people I know, he can be picked out from the void and become a class of his own. After the 2 groups of people greeted each other, they began to chat. The 2 women at the back didn't like to talk much, but their small movements and emotions showed that they were listening to the conversation. The young man at the back would occasionally reply with a sentence or 2. Only the skinny and tall young man kept on chatting. He talked about the Long Moon Wilderness, Long Moon City, and the time that was about to arrive. Yes, time. On the way, he had mentioned the upcoming time several times. He had mentioned it many times, which made Yun Nuoxing and the others pay special attention and are especially curious. However, they could not find a suitable time to ask. They had preconceived notions that they were here to deliver goods, and this delivery had something to do with this damn time. It was obvious that they could not directly ask questions. They could only carefully contact them from the side, so as not to be treated as some unknown suspicious person. Time, it's almost that time again. This is bad. How many days have we been out? Siyu suddenly grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm and waved nervously a few times. Little star, what time is it now? You ask me, We also got lost in the thick fog for so long. Just by feeling the time. I don't know how many days have passed. Yun Nuoxing cooperated and said. Then, she quickly looked at the thin and tall youth. Do you still remember how much time is left? I have to calculate this. From the time we set out, it took us 3 days to cross the distant cliff. It took us about 2 or 3 days to cross the wind-seeing shoal. Excluding those at the back, if I count them one by one, there should be this. The youth at the back saw that he might not be able to calculate it, so he calmly added, There are still about 3 days left. Ah yes. But we can reach the Long Moon City today. Haha, there is still time. Siyu heard that and heaved a sigh of relief. I hope the legatee doesn't panic because of this little bit of waiting. The rest of the conversation was basically left to Siyu and the two youths to talk back and forth. Yun Nuoxing and Feng Qinghuang also spoke a few words from time to time. So far, everything was peaceful. The two of them turned their heads to observe the wilderness. The dark green fog shrouded the entire sacred prominence. Even if there was a breeze in the wilderness, it was difficult to blow away the thick fog that seemed to be condensed in the air. They did not know what time it was at this time. They could not feel the sun, but according to Qinghuang's intuition of time, it might be the afternoon. She even used her eyes to point out the place where the sun might be. But the sun at this time, even if we can see it, it might be dark green. That little bit of sunlight would probably only make this place look more dark and eerie. Feng Qinghuang shrugged and said in the soul. Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. For some unknown reason, this world had fallen into the dark green curtain. It had become extremely strange and unusual. The focus of this world was not on the word world, but the word soul. If one had to describe it, it would be the word ghost realm, that people used to scare children. It could also be called the underworld. It was just that, although the underworld was a little dark, it was not as dark as this place. The underworld's color was dark, but there was still some light. Here, the day was as dark as the night. It was really a place where one would encounter ghosts. Anyway, in this gloomy environment where one would not be able to see anyone if they walked a little further, it was not only boring but also irritating. The lanky young man also thought so. He had been chatting to ease the boredom. After all, there was only thick fog in this place. There was no setting on the ground. Even if there was, they could not see anything. It was as if the whole world had been shrunk to 10 feet around them. Beyond this range, they would be in an unknown territory. Even if they were moving forward, they could not tell whether they were moving forward or backward. Even if they could see 100 meters away, it was still the same. The only thing they could see clearly was the stones on the ground under their feet. There was no repetition of the stones on the ground. The thick fog disappeared in front of them and reappeared behind them at the same time. It was boring and boring. If we don't have the gift of finding our way, we will also get lost here. Do you believe me? Yun Nuoxing said in the soul. Hui and Jing Yun nodded in agreement. If their extraordinary perception, detection, and vision were all reduced to their original state, they could only rely on the intuition of the origin and the heavenly God of the beginning to find their way. Who would have thought that there would be a requirement for the skill of finding their way? It seems that we are almost there. Look, is that a light source? The lanky young man suddenly interrupted the conversation with "See you," and quickly raised his hand to point into the distance. Yun Nuoshing and the others also raised their heads and looked over. In the dark green fog, a faint golden light spot appeared, vaguely illuminating the surrounding fog a little. Looking at it, it was like the dimmest star in the night sky, difficult to discover. Chapter 1720. The light source hidden in the thick fog was like a starlight seen through a gap in the dark clouds at night. It was not eye-catching, nor was it bright, but it was the most important light in the wilderness shrouded in thick fog. It turned into a guiding starlight and descended. Yun Nuoshing looked towards that direction. She could vaguely see that it was a clear distance from the ground. It was blurry and yellow, and considering that it was the god of origin, had something to do with origins and had that hue, it should be some sort of golden luminous object. It was just that she could not see it clearly through the fog. "Ah, we're finally here." The youth clapped his hands happily, took a deep breath and coughed violently. "Ahem, this fog is really unfriendly. It blinds the eyes and irritates the lungs. Still, there's still a short way to go. We still have to be alert." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He thought for a long time before he reacted. This probably meant that the dark green fog could directly affect these souls, and not just exist here to block their vision. The lanky youth also showed an excited expression and waved his hand. "Let's go. Keep it up. We're almost there." As they approached, Yun Nuoshing turned to look at where Hui and the others were, and at the spark in the mist. "Seems like there's the presence of origin energy, but it's not the one we sensed the other day. I'm not reacting yet, but what about you guys?" Yun Nuoshing asked. "Do you have any familiar feeling?" The latter part of his words was directed at Suifeng and the others. His origin energy had yet to react to the presence of its own kind, which left him a little puzzled. In the past, the origin energy would fly and burst into a burst of light to show their existence whenever they encountered another of the same kind. But now they were already within sight of the fog, and yet there was no movement, which made him wonder if he had seen wrongly. "It's definitely origin energy, but I don't recall seeing it." Brother Lei frowned and shook his head. "It could be a diluted origin energy. Some god must have modified it to make it easier for the legatees to accept it. That's why I've never seen it even if it's the same origin energy." The legatees would have more or less met each other once or twice, and they would also have some trivial conversations. "As for my impression, well, I don't have any memory of this origin energy either," Suifeng said. The wisp of star fire gradually approached in the thick fog, and its position gradually rose by a lot. The aura of the origin energy became more obvious. Yun Nuo and the others could also feel that as they gradually approached the place where the wisp of star fire was, their vision and senses were gradually recovering. Perhaps when they really got close, they would be able to return to normal. However, before they really got close to that wisp of star fire, they saw another ball of fire reflected in the thick fog, causing everyone to be slightly startled. The lanky youth and the others seemed to have already gotten used to it. They directly changed their direction and walked towards the new ball of fire. As they jogged, they said, "Let's go, we've arrived at the teleportation point. We'll be able to reach Long Moon City soon." The new ball of fire became very clear in 2 minutes. Even the things around the fire were illuminated very clearly. It was a stone tower-like building, only a little more than 10 meters tall. It had 2 parts. One was a circular base with a radius of 3 to 4 meters, and the other was 2 floating rings. The tower floated above the rings. Its body was like an awl, and the lower part was like a funnel. The top part was big at the top and small at the bottom, and the top part was, well, it was just an ordinary tower top. There was a faint orange-red light hanging on the top of the tower, like a small sun releasing warm sunlight. It was the light that pierced through the fog and released a weak origin energy, but it was very weak. As for the surroundings of the lighthouse, there were some other things. A building that looked like a relay station. Other than that, well, there was nothing else. When they got close, the relay station suddenly opened from the inside. An old man with white hair and beard walked out from the door. He looked hale and hearty. Just from the sound of the door opening and walking out, he probably wouldn't have a problem practicing a set of martial arts here. The old man, who seemed to be the guard of the relay station, was a little surprised when he saw the 8 of them coming to the lighthouse. Oh, you're here to deliver, right? Recently, more and more people have been coming to Long Moon City. It's almost time. You guys are considered to be quite late. 2 days ago, there were a lot of people queuing up here. The skinny and tall young man grinned and asked unhurriedly, "Old man, how is Long Moon City?" "The arrangement this time. What else can it be? It's the same as usual." The old man moved his shoulders with his hands behind his back. "But this time, I heard that the inheritor has made a new move. I did some calculations. This time the number of people delivering goods is 10 to 20% more than the last time. Sigh, maybe it's because there's not much time left, so he wants to try a new method, or directly increase the strength of the equipment or something." The white-haired old man turned around to look at the spark in the thick fog. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. Last time. Phew, all those years of hard work ended in vain. Will there be any miracle this time? I don't even know if the other side can hear me. We can only do it. As for the rest, we can only leave it to fate. The lanky youth also sighed. After chatting for a while, a group of people gathered at the base of the lighthouse. Seeing that the lighthouse was about to be transmitted, Hui and the others, who were just watching outside, hurried over and stood at the back of the base. The lanky young man poked the body of the lighthouse a few times. From the point where he touched, energy ripples suddenly spread out. Then, strands of energy runes appeared out of thin air and were branded on the lighthouse and in the air. A burst of energy surged, and a dim yellow light shrouded the group of people. After a burst of spatial energy surging, there was a feeling of forced movement in their souls. Their eyes were slightly dizzy for a moment. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at a spacious square. "Huff, thank the heavens, we finally arrived at this time." The lanky youth patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Then, with his back facing them, he bowed lightly with his hands clasped together as if he was praying. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at the empty space in front of them. Then, they turned around and were startled. The object of the lanky youth's prayers was a huge statue, probably as high as 10,000 feet. And the place where they were transported to was directly under the statue. The overflowing source of energy came from the statue, and it looked very oppressive. "The great god statue?" Yun Nuoshing said subconsciously. "It's not the great god statue." Brother Lei shook his head quickly. They had been taking care of the great god statue in the Holy Land for a long time. They could tell at a glance whether the thing in front of them was the great god statue or not. Yun Nuoshing did not doubt him, but it was a little strange. The statue that was emitting the source of energy should also be the heavenly god of origin. The concentration of the source energy and the laws of origin were thicker than that of the great god statue in Lui City. They could not see the statue's face clearly. Its left hand was hanging naturally, and the right hand was flat on its chest. There was something like a small sun in the palm of its right hand, releasing an extremely sacred golden light. The dim yellow light they saw in the thick fog should be the light of the small sun. Compared to the statue itself, the source energy released by the small sun was more majestic. But it seemed to be very diluted, and it did not affect the entire city. This light, this energy, this. I haven't felt such pure source energy for a long time. It reminds me of the past. Sui Feng covered his head with an intoxicated look. Hearing his nagging, Brother Lei and the others could not help but let out a long sigh. They sighed, lamenting the time they had lost. Let's spread out and explore Long Moon City. I always feel that, Many things here are beyond my imagination. Let's talk through our souls. Brother Lei waved his hand and nodded to Yun Nuoxing. Then, the group of people trembled and rushed in all directions of Long Moon City. Yun Nuoxing's gaze followed the direction where they went and looked around. The square where the statue and the worship statue were located was on a hill about 100 meters higher than Long Moon City. However, unlike the spiraling high platform in Lui City, the hill in this square rose steeply from the ground. The whole square was in Long Moon City. She didn't know which direction it was, but in short, it was close to one direction. There were a total of 3 steps in the middle and on both sides of the mountain. The steps converged into one on a relatively large platform halfway up the mountain, and finally went straight to the square at the top of the mountain. It looked like a pilgrimage. But it's strange. After praying, the lanky young man scratched his head in confusion. In the past, when we were teleported, we would go to the city center below. That was also the default situation. Although the great god statue here is also a teleportation point, it is rare for us to be teleported directly here. Is there an accident? Was it an accident that there were suddenly more than a dozen people? Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and quickly waved his hand. Maybe it's because of the thick fog. God knows if that strange fog will have any effect. The lanky young man understood at once. Then, he gathered with the other 4 people who had finished praying and waved goodbye to them. Then we'll go first. I have to hurry up and send the things to our side. You guys better hurry up too. Well, we'll go after looking around for a while. You guys go ahead. Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved goodbye to the other party. It was a rare experience to be brought along. The lanky young man gave them a good impression, especially when they more or less learned some things from him. After parting ways with this group of people who had temporarily joined them, Yun Nuoxing and the others continued to stand here and look up at the great god statue of origin. Hui and Jing Yun also came out of their invisibility and looked at it together. There was a moment of silence. What's the situation now? Hui could not hold back his silence and directly asked. You're asking me? I don't know. Other than being sure that this statue is definitely related to the god of origin, I'm confused about everything else. Yun Nuoxing replied without tilting his head. We don't know what's going on with this abrupt soul world. We don't know who this statue belongs to, and we don't know its relationship with the great god statue. We also don't know what's going on in Long Moon City right now, what the Deliverman is delivering, and what the other inheritors are doing here. Jing Yun touched her face and turned to look behind her. There was no one in the empty square at this moment. Long Moon City was full of vitality, and the flow of life aura was converging in another place. Perhaps the matter had unfolded there, and that matter might have nothing to do with the god of origin. Otherwise, it would have been held in the place where this statue was. It's time to start guessing again. Hui crouched down with his hands behind his head, and could not help but grumble. Can't you do something normal? It's so boring to keep guessing every day. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and then sighed. Do you think this is the front line of the void? It's not boring there. There's fighting every day, billions of sparks flickering, explosions everywhere, and there's not even time for you to think about boring things. It's about the god of origin's junk, the origin's junk. I've already said it's junk, and you still want to have fun? You're only half a participant, and I'm a participant within a participant. Moreover, I'm a participant within 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 a participants group. Hui and Jing Yun smiled bitterly. This void number one inheritor of the inheritance of origin, right? Everything related to the origin would more or less have something to do with him. We're not out for fun. Well, not exactly for fun, although we more or less had the mentality of having fun in the beginning. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and sighed. Jing Yuanji and the others were fighting in the front line, and they were also doing their best to stir up trouble on other battlefields. Both sides were not having an easy time, and could only say so. Don't look at how calm and peaceful they were right now. When something happens, Yun Nuoxing snapped his fingers. Actually, I have a way to solve all these complicated matters as quickly as possible. Hui and Jing Yun both came to their senses. They looked away from the statue of origin and looked at him. Hurry up and say it. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the two of them and said faintly, "We're outsiders. Outsiders can see things clearly, but because we're outside the game, we can only see everything on the surface. After all, the deeper matters require the participants to know what everything is, what has happened, and what changes have occurred because of it. Especially when it comes to the origin, which can easily span more than a dozen eras, millions of trillions of years. If you really tell me that the onlooker sees things more clearly than the participant, I'll hammer you to the Western paradise with a hammer. You're on the outside looking at the history of more than a dozen eras pasted on your face like a waterfall, and you're telling me that you can see things clearly?" Hui poked him on the back. "Speak human language." Yun Nuoxing bared his teeth at him. After a moment, he coughed dryly. "I'll just send a signal here to lure that damned inheritor over. If you send a signal, I'm afraid you'll turn Long Moon City into Half Moon City." Hui shook his head vigorously. "No, no, no. Let's change it. Let's change it." Yun Nuoxing frowned and crossed his arms. "It'll be more troublesome if we change it. We'll just rush over. Yes, aim at the person who's busy setting up the venue. Find the person in charge and charge at him. That must be the inheritor. You. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's straight up. If we're not careful, we'll be treated as an uninvited guest who's here to cause trouble. How are we going to talk about the rest? Violent negotiations can work." Yun Nuoxing gave him a thumbs up with a calm face. Then, he rolled his eyes at him. "Anyway, in Lui City just now we still rushed over in one go." Hui pinched his face and thought about it seriously. It seemed to be the case. Looking at Maple's eager expression, it was better for him to make a decision quickly, lest this guy's hand trembled and sent a signal in Long Moon City. If that happened, they would have to clean up the mess for others. "Then let's rush over. Where's the noise in this place?" Hui hurriedly spoke before Maple could make a move. Then, he rushed towards the edge of the square and overlooked the entire city from the highest point. His recovered senses covered the entire Long Moon City in an instant. He found the most lively and noisy place at the moment and rushed over without hesitation. Looking at his anxious look, Yun Nuoxing shrugged and dissipated the energy gathered in his body. I can't even set off fireworks after a period of time." Jing Yun and Siyu were both speechless. This guy was really going to set off fireworks. They could feel the dissipation of the energy. Jing Yun followed behind the two and swooped down to the most noisy place in Long Moon City. Just as she was about to land, she suddenly called out to the two people in front of her, "Hey, little brother, Hui Jun, look at that palace." The few of them looked at the place where he pointed. At the side of the very noisy square, there was a big palace about 100 feet high. On the top of the palace, there was a huge word "Conference Hall" written in God's generation characters in midair. It was very obvious. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. "You want to change the place?" In theory, the possibility of the person in charge of the home ground being there is higher. Jing Yun shrugged. As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked at the very noisy square below. There were ordinary people outside the square who seemed to be helping to transport something. There were also people who were busy building something in the square. It seemed that they were not ordinary people who were creating something. And don't you think that rushing to the square below will cause too much panic? At this moment, they were still invisible. Yun Nuoshing and the others walked around the big palace a few times. In the end, they found that they couldn't see the situation inside the palace from the outside. We wanted to walk around the palace twice. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and pulled him to the entrance of the conference hall. Then, she walked in from the main entrance while invisible. It was interesting that the entrance of the conference hall was not closed. The big palace was actually divided into several areas. Yun Nuoshing looked around and led the others to the place with the strongest breath of life. Hey, little star, I feel a familiar breath of life. Feng Qinghuang suddenly pulled Yun Nuoshing and pointed to the front. It was the place where they were about to go. They were startled. They quickened their pace and went through the closed door. What entered his eyes was a brightly lit hall. There was an obviously elongated table in the hall, and a vague figure was engraved on the wall in front of him. Looking at the outline, it was 90% similar to the statue in Long Moon City. There was also a ball of light in the palm of the statue. It wasn't too dazzling, but the posture was different. The statue's hands were placed up and down, and the ball of light was jumping between the two hands. A weak source of origin energy sprinkled throughout the entire hall. The door of the hall was sealed by a force. It took them a little effort to pass through. When Yun Nuoshing and the others went in, they found that there were two people standing in the hall. One was a young man in a standard black robe, but his hair was white. Although he was a soul, his body was solid like theirs. At this moment, he was standing behind the table under the relief. His hands were pressed on the table. He looked embarrassed and excited. Inheritor. We glanced at him and said subconsciously. Without saying a word, Yun Nuoshing strengthened the effect of the formation and wrapped himself tightly. This action made Hui and the others understand that they had encountered an inheritor. If it was not the origin energy that trembled, it would be the origin relic that trembled. If they did not quickly strengthen the shield, they might be discovered. The white-haired young man suddenly looked in the direction of the door and frowned slightly. After he found that nothing was wrong, he looked at the person across the table. Standing in front of the white-haired inheritor was a tall young man. The clothes, the appearance, the side of his face. Damn it, wasn't he the young man in the five-man team who had just parted ways with them? The one who had been talking to the skinny and tall young man. Damn, how could they do something like meeting a god? Hui poked Feng's arm hard. Is this guy an inheritor too? Let's take a look. No, it can't be. I've been using the cognitive blur on the way here. I didn't shield myself. If he's an inheritor, he would have seen the abnormality on me, and I can feel the abnormality on him too. At first, their attention was on the lanky young man who led the way, and they did not take a closer look at the person standing behind him. Now, they finally had the time to take a closer look. The person was wearing the same uniform as the white-haired inheritor, but it was a light green robe. He had short black hair and a translucent body. Other than the uniform of the robe, there was nothing different about him. At this moment, the two of them were clearly quarreling to the point where their necks were flushed red. The white-haired inheritor gritted his teeth, and a faint amount of origin energy emanated from his body. The green-robed youth standing in front of him, however, refused to back down and glared at him. It was obvious that they were getting into a fight, completely unaware that there were 5 onlookers standing by the side, watching them. The white-haired inheritor seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly relaxed. He took a step back and clenched his fist on the table. In short, I will never agree with your idea. Even if you are willing, I will not let you out until the last moment. We still have a lot of time. We still have 7 or 8 chances. There will be a response from the other side. There's no need to. We have been waiting for a few eras. The green-robed young man said softly. This is an opportunity to kill the life of this world. We can't just let the conditions of this world go to waste. We need to go there ourselves. Before the grand vision is established, no one can see us even if we go there directly. The white-haired inheritor said in distress. We have already tried it once. It was not the right time. Maybe it was not the time set by the origin heavenly God at that time. Then how do you know that it is the right time this time? Intuition. The green-robed young man stared at him and took a deep breath. Based on the strange phenomenon a few days ago, and the strange phenomenon this time, the world may be changing. We need to make a decision as soon as possible. If we can't go to one territory, then we will go to all 9. One of them will be able to hear us. The white-haired inheritor slammed his hand on the table. You are gambling with your life. You are gambling with the void? Anyway, we have already done it once, haven't we? The green-robed young man shrugged and laughed freely. Yun Nuoshing and the other 4 were dumbfounded. Chapter 1721. The void was quite nonsensical. It talked about probability, possibility, and everything else. The only thing was that it was unreasonable and illogical. The void was used to being free and did whatever it wanted. Anyway, there was no special person who could restrain it and let it do whatever it wanted. Everything in the world would happen randomly, just like what was happening now. Originally, they just wanted to end the battle quickly and rush to the conference hall to find the inheritor to talk about something. In the end, they found the inheritor, but also an inheritor who did not look like an inheritor. Listening to their conversation, they started with the topic of, "You are gambling with the void." It was really quite exciting. The void said, "I'm good at playing with probability. Do whatever you want. I lose if you follow your heart." Although they did not know what the green-robed young man bet with the void, it should not be a good ending. At this moment, he looked like an inheritor but also not an inheritor. It was probably the after-effect of the gamble, something like that. And the topic they were talking about seemed to be quite high energy, waiting for several eras, killing the life of this world, going to the 9 territories and so on. These things felt a little high energy when put together. Brother Lei and the others did not know that there was such a strange world in Xingxian, but the people in this world seemed to know about the existence of the 9 territories on their side. When they mentioned the sound, it felt weird, but it seemed that everything sounded very simple. Amazing. This is the beginning of some trouble. We couldn't help but mutter, can't we just encounter some normal things? This, what is this? I can see you and you can't see me, but I'm trying my best to find you and let you see me. Are we playing hide and seek here? Yun Nuoshing kept staring at the green-robed young man. After a while, she said, I seem to have found some clues with the observer's eye and the power of origin. He should have been an inheritor. He used to have the power of origin and was directly guided by the heavenly god of origin. But the remaining energy in his body, this energy wave, it seems that he has abolished the power of origin. Abolished? We and the others were stunned and almost jumped up. What do you mean by abolished? Inheritor. The power of origin and the laws of origin are directly inherited and received from the heavenly god of origin. The whole process of familiarizing oneself with the power of origin is the inheritance stage. Unless one becomes a part of the heavenly god of origin, the whole inheritance process will not end. And an inheritance process that does not end is like the process of creating a new world. It can be cut off at any time. All you need to do is... Yun Nuoshing spread out her right hand and pinched it hard. Destroy it. After all, one's body is the main stage of the inheritance. It is very easy for one to destroy something in one's body. However, he didn't destroy it. After all, it's origin energy, and he doesn't have the ability to do that. So, he probably abandoned it and gave up on it. The entire inheritance process. Well, he didn't just throw it away, he dug it out from his body. Throughout the entire process, he peeled off a part of his tendons and flesh, riddling himself with holes and turning himself into what we see now. If we look at him with origin energy, we can see that his body and soul have been greatly damaged from the inside out. He looks like a cracked porcelain doll, densely packed with cracks. As for what he did, Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Maybe it had something to do with what they were discussing at the moment, or maybe it was something else. For an inheritor to give up his power of origin as the basis to do something, it was either related to the origin or the chaos of the same level. He did not feel the latter for the time being, so it could only be the former. Combined with what they had just talked about, he could almost make up 70 to 80% of it. He opened his mouth a few times, trying to speak, but he could only mumble some incomprehensible syllables. For a long time, he could not say anything. This matter was originally confusing. This seemingly ordinary world, that was created by the heavenly god of origin to preserve the seed, seemed to have undergone some unknown changes. It was a very deep and complicated change, but it was also very simple to put the change in front of them, and they felt helpless and helpless. They did not expect it to involve so many things. From what they saw now, other than attributing the source to the turbulence of the void and the tide of chaos, they might not really understand what was wrong with this world even if they continued to explore. No, but these conditions were clearly laid out in front of him. They were simply laid out in front of him in a straight line, but he still felt that something was not quite right. It seemed that there were still many things that he did not understand. The white-haired inheritor and the green-robed youth were still a little agitated. Although they tried to suppress it, they would unconsciously raise their voices when they spoke, and unconsciously argue again. After a long time, they still could not come to a conclusion. The latter was stubborn and could not be changed, while the former refused to agree because of these things that he still did not quite understand. However, what was said here was roughly what they had just thought. As for the details, they had not yet found out. In short, the green-robed youth felt that the turbulence in the world, and the phenomenon in the sky, meant that something was wrong. He felt that this was a good opportunity and was ready to find the inheritors who could not see them. However, the white-haired inheritor probably wanted to maintain stability. Perhaps this process would require some consumption or sacrifice, and he did not want to see it, so he kept disagreeing. He was trying to persuade the green-robed youth, but the latter was still stubborn, and the white-haired inheritor was still trying to persuade him. After a while, they quarreled until their faces were red and their necks were thick. As for the 5 onlookers, well, at this moment they were still eating the melon in a daze. They could not find any point of entry, so they could only continue to eat the melon. I'll say it one more time. The white-haired inheritor slammed his hands on the table, his face sullen. I will never do it, nor will I allow myself to agree to your reckless actions. You're not some savior, and neither are we. We still have our own mission, and before that mission is completed, we will not easily give up on ourselves. See, you could not help but say, that table is really hard. It did not break even after being slammed dozens of times by an inheritor. Yun Nuoshing and the others were speechless. Why was this girl's focus so skewed? So you want to give up on this world? 1 foot in exchange for 1? The green-robed youth crossed his arms. You know, this world cannot hold on for much longer. If we don't cooperate with the other side. That's not what I meant, but we can still. As the white-haired inheritor spoke, his face suddenly turned pale. Without any warning, he slumped into the chair behind him, causing the green-robed youth to be stunned. He hurriedly walked forward and asked with concern, Your origin law? Even you? It was obvious that he was concerned for the inheritor. One could even see the expression on his face change. Furthermore, it was even more resolute. It was as if he had to make a decision at this moment. He did not even want to discuss it anymore. Yes, they were familiar with this expression. There was someone beside them who had this expression every day. The white-haired inheritor placed his left hand over his eyes and raised his right hand weakly. He slowly took a few deep breaths before speaking softly. I can still hold on for a while. Phew, as long as you don't piss me off first, I can still hold on. The green-robed young man shook his head helplessly and heaved a long sigh. Listen to me. I've seriously considered the relationship between the two. On one hand, we have to suppress the turbulence and disorder of this world, and on the other hand, we have to extract power to connect with the other side. This is overdrafting the power of this world to the limit, and it's a double overdraft. We might not even be able to wait for the so-called time before we meet our end. Listen to me, I really think that the hope this time is very, very, very big. You've seen the anomaly a few days ago. You've seen it with your own eyes. I know. Of course I know. The white-haired inheritor lowered his left hand. His deep, pale eyes stared at the youth before him. He muttered to himself, and his voice became heavier. But you also know. You and I both know that some things might have already. I don't even hope that it will happen. I only think that the 9 of them might have tinkered with something. Perhaps they might have found some key factor. Hope. The green-robed youth laughed bitterly. What hope? Since he learned the truth, there was no such thing as hope. There was no hope, no hope. However, the quest still had to continue. This world would not come to an end so quickly. At least, it would not be now. A vast energy suddenly came from outside the conference hall, causing both of them to turn their attention away. The green-robed youth sighed at the sight. It's starting again. How many times has it been? A few hundred or a few thousand? 2,412 times. I remember all of them. The white-haired inheritor looked out of the window. Dazzling energy radiance burst forth from the plaza outside the conference hall. After brewing for a moment, it turned into several resplendent energy pillars that shot up into the sky. Vast amounts of origin energy erupted from the pillars of light. Even the dark green fog outside Long Moon City was mostly dispersed because of this. That surging and mighty energy beam rushed straight towards the starry sky. After reaching a limit, it exploded at the end, turning into a huge circle of energy that spread towards the starry sky. As it spread out, an unusually surging origin energy suddenly descended into the starry sky. It fell from the sky, causing Yun Nuoshing, Old Brother Lei, and everyone else to be shocked. Everyone in Long Moon City raised their heads and looked towards the mighty energy beam that pointed towards the sky. Oh no. I forgot to remind you about the time. Now that it's time to cut. It didn't convert back? That strand of law has been burned out? Suifeng's panicked voice suddenly rang out through the soul transmission, causing everyone to be shocked. But what happened? Why did such a large amount of origin energy suddenly appear? Everyone was silent. They didn't know what had happened. Yun Nuoshing and the others also didn't know what to say. This feeling of climbing halfway up a mountain was already exhausting, but when they looked up, they could only see the top of the mountain. But when they turned around and prepared to go down, they felt that it was a pity. They really didn't know what to say. The white-haired inheritor and the green-robed youth looked out the window for a while. The latter was stunned. That's not right. Isn't there still 2 more days? Why did it happen so early? He didn't finish his sentence. He saw the smile on the former's face and suddenly understood. So, you also knew about the abnormality this time. That's why you didn't hesitate to use yourself to force this time. The white-haired inheritor leaned back in his chair and said faintly, as you said, this world isn't finished yet. And we are inheritors. There are some things that no one else can do. I'm not like you, reckless and stubborn. Although I'm not sure if this hurried call will attract the other side's attention, at least it's a necessary attempt, isn't it? The white-haired inheritor yawned lazily. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. Phew! Tell me, what is your special idea? I know you're stubborn and won't listen to my advice, but if you don't squeeze out a plan of a few hundred words to brush me off, I'll hold you down here even if it means both of us will suffer. The green-robed young man was silent for a moment, as if he was hesitating whether he should say it or not. But under the watchful eyes of the white-haired inheritor, he chose to be honest. He first took out a palm-sized, green-blue, glass-like object from his pocket and put it on the table. Yun Nuoshing stared at him. Hui and the others also grimaced with a ferocious look on their faces. The green-blue glass fragment was the fragment that led them here. You even took out this thing. The white-haired inheritor was also stunned. He looked at the shard and then at the green-robed youth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If your teacher is here, he'll hang you up and beat you up. He has a good temper. At most, he'll say a few words or hang me up and beat me up. The green-robed youth thought for a while and spread his hands. I think he'll tell you guys to come over and beat me up. The shard should be able to resonate with the origin energy to the greatest extent. Maybe there's a way to get their attention. If there's no way to let them know about the anomaly, we can use the shard to get their attention. That way, maybe there's a way. The white-haired inheritor looked at him for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then, he shook his head and sighed. That day has been a long time. Since that day, the origin energy and the origin law have shown signs of falling into a deep slumber. Over the years, they've either gone out of control or slumbering. We don't know what's going on the other side, but the connection between the inheritors has weakened a lot due to the anomaly of the origin energy. Some things disappear just like that. Even if you use this thing, you might not be able to connect with them on the other side. And if you fail, you'll have to float alone on the other side, slowly, bit by bit, and watch yourself die little by little. I'm already prepared for that. The green-robed youth shrugged and said solemnly, I'm not the only one who's left over the years. Instead of standing here and watching everything slowly go out of control and into destruction, why don't we give it a shot? What if we succeed? What's the difference between that and not having a plan at all? The white-haired inheritor jumped up from his chair and slammed his hands on the table. Haven't you thought about other possibilities? It's easy for you to run away without saying a word. You're leaving me alone to clean up the mess. Not bad, you bastard. The green-robed youth thought about it seriously. At least this time, I'm bringing the shard with me. That should be a difference. Besides, it's fine if it doesn't work. With me around, there should be less pressure on the other side. It can also buy you and this place more time. But from now on, it's going to be hard on you alone. The green-robed youth sighed and patted his shoulder. If that's the case, I'll leave this severed world to you. The white-haired inheritor glared at him and pointed his finger at him angrily. The young man was so angry that he even used the divine language to greet the young man. However, the young man in cyan robe wasn't angry at all. He just crossed his arms and looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. We couldn't help but look at someone beside him. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang also looked at the young man. Yun Nuoshing was so shocked that he felt as if he was about to explode. Don't be like that. Jing Yun couldn't help but speak up for her brother. He's much more obedient than you. Based on your brother's actions, he would have rushed out to carry out his orders the moment that guy slammed the table. Yun Nuoshing. If it's not about you guys, then just listen. Why are you dragging me into this? The white-haired inheritor glared at the man in front of him. Once the expression on his face changed, he knew that there was nothing he could do to get the man back. He clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. After a few seconds, he clenched them again. Then, with a loud roar, he slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. Siyu continued to exclaim, the quality of that table is really good. Yun Nuoshing, phew. The white-haired inheritor let out a long sigh and slowly raised his right hand. Spatial energy surged for a moment and a light flashed above his palm. A white light appeared and then faded away. A fist-sized crystal that looked like a water droplet appeared above his palm. He placed it in the green-robed youth's hand. "Take it, take it, take it! I'll give it to you, okay? You're such a bastard. Stinking bastard." The green-robed youth was stunned. "What is this?" The white-haired inheritor stared at him fiercely. "The law crystal that Master left behind. The fragments might not be enough, but with this," the green-robed youth solemnly put the crystal away. He looked at his friend, who seemed to have become much more haggard. He sighed. "If that's the case, I'll have to borrow your good fortune." The corner of the white-haired inheritor's mouth twitched slightly. His body, which was already weak, slumped down on the chair again. He did not say a word and let out a long sigh. Seeing this, the green-robed young man nodded. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the hall with a slightly gloomy expression. He had won the fight, but he did not have the joy of winning an argument. In any case, this matter had not been pleasant from the beginning. "Let's go there and have a look. Perhaps we won't have another chance in the future." The white-haired inheritor suddenly let out a long sigh. "At least let them know." "Ah, that's true. We should at least let Master and the venerable gods know before we set off." The green-robed youth smiled and nodded. He pushed the door open and disappeared behind it. The white-haired inheritor crossed his arms on the table. He tilted his head and looked at the dazzling beam of origin energy that shot into the sky. His already pale eyes darkened. He let out a deep sigh. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to become even more oppressive. "Let's go. It's time for the next step." Yun Nuoshing suddenly turned around and led the group towards the door. She pulled everyone's thoughts back to the present. "Let's follow that guy and see what's going on." Hui looked at the white-haired inheritor who had almost lost his color. He could not help but ask, "Aren't we going to talk to him? The atmosphere is not good." Yun Nuoshing shook her head. "If we rush up now, it will probably make him even more unpleasant. Instead of chatting here, why don't we go and verify some of our guesses? When he went out, he mentioned the origin god and the others. We might be able to figure it out ourselves." "Ha!" Hui replied in a daze. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "Phew, I feel like I've heard a lot of strange information, but in the end, I don't seem to understand anything." After the green-robed young man left the conference hall, he glanced at the origin energy light pillar that soared into the sky. Under the illumination of the resplendent light rays that broke through the dark green clouds, he let out a long sigh of relief. He straightened his robe and walked against the flow of people to the other end of Long Moon City. Compared to the people on the streets who were excited after seeing the origin energy light pillar, he seemed out of place, as if his world had already lost its color. Yun Nuoshing and the others followed him out of the meeting hall. It did not take them much effort to see the youth, who was walking forward with his head down in the flow of people like a wandering ghost. They quickly followed, and then the youth was gone. "Eh? Where is he?" Hui and the others were stunned. They quickly went to the spot where the youth disappeared. They looked around blankly but found nothing. They ruled out the possibility that they were discovered because they were still invisible. They had seen many things like disappearing right under their noses. But this kind of disappearing without any reaction was the first time they felt it. Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes emitted some light. Her pupils slightly dilated a little as she let her sight gently focus on Long Moon City. She then turned her head abruptly and looked at the tallest statue of Long Moon City. Over there. With a snap of her fingers, a teleportation circle flashed in an instant. When the white light dissipated, a huge shadow appeared right in front of them. The huge statue of Origin had already appeared right in front of them. At this moment, the youth had just walked to the bottom of the statue. He looked up at the statue. His blank eyes did not see the admiration and nostalgia that Brother Lei and the others had when they looked at the statue. His expression was empty and complicated. He reached out and took out the blue shard just now and gently stroked the hem of the statue's robe. A blue teleportation portal suddenly appeared under the statue. He walked forward without looking at it. When the energy humming subsided, Yun Nuoxing and the others dispelled their invisibility and came to the bottom of the statue. They looked straight ahead and were lost in thought. Jing Yun scratched her head hard. I really did not expect to come here after so many twists and turns. There is still a hidden space inside the Statue of Origin? Yun Nuoxing reached out and knocked on the statue a few times. Her eyes flashed. The flow of the Origin energy has returned to normal. It seems that a method was used to adjust it just now. It changed the flow of the Origin energy into something like a teleportation portal. As Yun Nuoxing said, she also took out the blue shard that she touched and gently poked the statue. Ding! The Origin energy that was still stable just now was instantly pulled and gathered right in front of them. The blue energy light converged and turned into a 10 feet tall teleportation portal. Yun Nuoxing turned to them and said, "It's feasible. Come, let's go in and have a look." Hui looked up at the Statue of Origin and then looked at the teleportation portal. He could not help but gulp. Is this reliable? Yun Nuoxing, who was about to walk in, was startled when she heard that. Then, she seemed to have understood something. While Hui was still in a daze, she pulled him in front of her and pushed him into the portal. "Oh right. Let the shield lead the way first." Jing Yun and the two girls were speechless. Hui disappeared behind the teleportation portal with a look of grief and anger. "You tricked me. You tricked me." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.